Start talking at 3. Hello, internets. I feel semi-lighthearted, even though I'm supposed to be deeply distressed and depressed over my home state, California. It's on fire. Well, that just reminds me, besides the song, I already got Sweet Anita down below in the description. Another thing, Sweet Anita is famous for ticking with her Tourette's syndrome. Is that something, usually somebody's private parts, and I can never mimic. I could never do it justice. She's a cutie pie, super eighth wonder of the world girl, woman, and I'm just some old, crusty dude with a bad voice. She says, his, something, 4 letters, D, ends in K, means pianist. That thing is on fire. Oh, sweet Anita, I love you. We'll see if this works. Tag Sweet Anita. Officially. Sweet Anita. Eighth wonder of the world. I loved you. I love you. Not creepy. Hmm. Dot. On fire. I don't know how to spell fire. On fire. Just like that. Hello, everybody. I'm Dean Wiley. My home state is on fire. I'm from California. I'm the yin and the yang. With the thespian masks in it. I'm a nerd. George went away to get some warm clothing because it's very cold wherever we're at. It's a secret. You internet hunters can figure it out yourselves. Very cold today. To us, and it's relative. And that's our own humble opinions and the way our skins feel. You don't have to out cold us. I know.
But,
Thank you. Welcome back. George is the bear.
well, not to mention, diabetes can also restrict blood flow. Therefore, I feel colder.
Diabetes. And then we will see. Hello, Elizabeth. Suffer in the chat lag. We got to get Elizabeth into the Discord. Somebody I know who does some of the shopping for Miss Elizabeth said, running some errands for her, said he might stop by the Waldo World. You figure out what that means. And pick up the equipment she needs to get live on the Discord and get out of the lag zone. It'll be sad. Then we'll have a lonely, lazy chat. We'll figure it out. We'll work it out. We'll hire a bot to type madness in the chat. Hi, about 60 miles from fire in SK. Oh my god, you're supposed to say it with your worst voice fry. SoCal. But a mountain is in between us and the fires. Fire, fire, fire. I can do that voice. Are you threatening me? Go for 30. I lose. And SoCal is on, boys. Fried fire. I'm goofy. Maybe it's a manic before my depression comes back. What do they call that stuff? That besides manic depression, bipolar. Wow, I coughed right into that bipolar. Jimi Hendrix said in one of the songs, I can't remember which one right now, manic depression is a false stated myth. See, way back then, there was conspiracy theorists thinking that people might be making stuff up as excuses to be dishonest about go see the Cheech and Chong movie, Up in Smoke. Wanna get high? Wanna get high? That's what the bird would say. I wasn't staring at that thing on your face, man. I am a California kid from several of the places that are on fire. Sweet Anita. She's the eighth wonder of the world. I should put a link to her channel in the thing, but I'm hoping the tag will work. Everybody go study her, like her, subscriber, sign up to her Twitch thing. Make her even richer. If I can't have them, she needs them. All the monies. I ran out of room. I was trying to keep it in a X length. The title. And I use up already so many XYZ numbers of my characters to put the show numbers up there. Oh boy. I wanted to write "duh business," but I put all the other goofy versions of business school. Life is a business. We're talking about the business of life and urban renewal and forest fires renewals. I can't remember what the correct forestry services term is about what fires do for the woodlands and the jungles. Natural fires. They're organic.
Well, one thing they do is they promote growth.
I do not believe in, as Dad called it, psychology. Elizabeth's father is a 100% pure blood Injun called a Pomo from California. That's a Pomo word for psychology. Go look it up yourself. And speaking of such, I fell back in love with another dude dog puppy. I've never wanted to beep Rags' nose. He's one of them internet furries. He uses a puppy dog avatar, but I think it's a full-grown dog. Sometimes identifies as male. Sometimes just as identifies as dorg. That's how I say dog, because that's how my grandfather taught me to say it. Let's look up Raggles. YouTube. Go to Rags. It's another one. The never ending. He used to be right under Mulder because I did them all at the same time. The EFAP crew. Well, where the heck is my... See, EFAP is up there second from the top. I don't know how this list sorts. There's Sweet Anita. Eighth wonder of the world. At Sweet Anita. YouTube. But my Raggles is MIA. Here's the video that's linked down below in the description that I watched. See the red bar all filled up? And I said, oh man, it's really worth a listen, George and Elizabeth, because when we get 311,000 subscribers, when, not if, his whole attitude throughout that video of woke and careful about the words and everything else, it's easy to say when you have 311,000 subscribers on one of your channels that who gives a ding dangity. Sounds a lot more like yuck, spelled with F. And if you don't like it, don't watch my videos. Look, his videos. Less than 2 days old, and it has 59K views. 3 or 4 more than us, but that's good. Yay, Rags. But yeah, he doesn't much believe in that psychology either. See how these things just all work out together? The timing of it all. Is it a conspiracy? Is it you, CIA, alien space invaders? Question mark hyphen dash Q? That's QAnon asking the questions. Go, Raggles. Long ago, in the ages of the internets, he was a game streamer and a game review streamer. I hope it's okay, Mr. Rags, to call you he. You always call yourself he. Ha! And then watch your video. I don't give a F. Watch your own video. If I hurt your feelings, then you just quit yourself off the internet. I really liked that video. It made me happy. It made me smile. He dispensed with all the disqualifying, disclaimering nonsense. Blah, blah, blah. Rags. R-E. Yup. Never mind. R-E. This, call. Oh, gee. Yep. All that. The timing. And, oh, the timing. I won't even say the destiny this time. Well, that takes that out of the way. It was for after. But we got that done. The rags vidge-yuh. I put it in the description. I put it on the checklist. Because I did want to mention to George and Elizabeth and anyone else who ever comes across this. Like, subscribe, bell thingy here. Then hop over to Rags after you're done with Sweet Anita. Like, subscribe, bell thingy. Watch that video real good. Put happy you comments that somebody in this internet world residing allegedly in the country of Americas does not care. He freely says all the bad things. Hero for the day. Or maybe not. I have so many heroes for today. I guess we could go out of order. Oh, I better go check. I gotta check something. Elizabeth, does the stream seem live to you? It must be because you're typing in the chat. There's live updates from California fires. I have in my notes, but I didn't put it in the text or the description. I couldn't remember, was it Fox 10 or Fox 11? It was Fox 11 that I was watching this morning. And one of the all looked like perfect Barbie doll model girls. I was like, man, is this 1970s, 1980s California again? Walking Barbie dolls and Ken dolls? Sort of a little look kind of Asian anchor on live Fox 11 in the morning. She has nails on chalkboard voice fry. Go look it up yourself. And lilts her statements at the end like questions. It's awful. I'm not going to try to imitate it. I'm trying to shake it off. Shake it off. Yes, it seems live. Very good. Thank you. So what else is on the home screen? Somebody named Horse Clips. It has apparently nothing to do with horses. Says morality and ethics with destiny, not so erudite, and Mr. Girl. Don't know what that means. Two things about the fire, because I watched a lot of fire vidges last night and this morning. The Critical Drinkers Open Bar from Oh, that's scheduled for today. The Last of Us Season 2, Skeleton Crew flops, James Bond at ... over at Critical Drinkers channel. It's a live thing, the open bar that he usually does with Mauler Muller. And that's an ad. Japan's Dates, whatever that means. Officer uses taser on man accused of exposing self to a young girl. I hope you tasered him on whatever he exposed to a young girl, officer. Over at the Police Activity channel. I used to be subscribed to them too. And it would appear that one's gone too. Yay. So that's it for the homepage. Let's go look at view your channel. Now, all you perverts, if you zoom in a lot, the tan girl in the back from beyond the picture is from Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Or you can just hop over to the IMDb. That's where I stole the image from. And the quote. Somewhere in there, somebody says something, and the goofy lady girl getting buckled up in this picture says, "Did someone mention my figure?" Last seen by me probably 30 years ago in 1995. But it might be a shadow of her hair, or it might be her hair itself, or it might be a little bruised looking spot. You can see a little peeky peek. Maybe, allegedly. And that's been on my mind a few days, George, because the other day you mentioned Siskel and let me say it
Ebert,
carefully. Let me say it carefully. Siskel and say the last name again.
Ebert.
Siskel and Ebert. I've told you before that my aunt, R.I.P. Sainted, nicknamed everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because of her, see how I had to stop and be careful? Because of her and growing up in her fabulous shadow, I almost say every time and have to realize, especially like when you're talking on the internet or in polite company, Siskel and Egg Fart. That was her name for them.
Sometimes I think it's a well, I'm not gonna badmouth the deceased. So, but sometimes it's appropriate.
Beyond the Valley and the original Valley of the Dolls were written by, I want to write so bad up here, Egg Fart Ebert. True story. And I may have misunderstood. The other day you said something about, and not only did he write the first one, he did a lot more with it.
Mm.
He
Well,
said
he
something
didn't like
about
it.
to be critiquing and doing whatever they should be involved in the biz.
Yeah, I don't. I think that most critics are frustrated writers, directors, or producers that couldn't make a go of it
Oh,
doing the
Ebert
job.
was that. Go watch The Valley of the Dolls and Beyond the Valley of the Dolls and figure out why. Well, maybe I'll do something else.
Uh,
Cult classic movie nuts like me can enjoy Mr. Ebert's, what's his first name? I don't even remember.
or either.
Let's do, it's Roger Ebert. Rip. And it made me very sad when they turned him into that horrifying thing with the cancer surgeries.
Yeah.
But he soldiered on. He did a good job.
And I was just saying that it seems to be that most critics are that, not just him, but a lot of others. And it's their way of taking out vengeance because they couldn't make it on people that could make it and did make it.
Yep.
That's the reason I might listen to what they say, but I don't take it to heart. I go more by, if I know someone that's seen the movie or what the viewers have to say about it. And then even then, I take it with a grain of salt because different people like different things.
And you never know. But the Valley of the Dolls, let's get it up on the screen. Just following the flow of things. I know I put the important stuff, and I already mentioned it. The important stuff first. Man, that list is dynamic. It's like the use of force continuum. You jump into it where you need to. Go with the flow, be the waterman.
Be what?
That's water in teapot, have shape of teapot. Be like the water man. The Valley of the Dolls. IMDb, man, that was from 67. Good stuff. Oh, another hot chickie in her brassiere. That kind of stuff in 67. Did someone mention her figure? Uh, Director Mark Robson. Not Robinson, Robson. Film version of Jacqueline Suzanne's best-selling novel chronicling the rise and fall of three young women in show business. Stars Barbara Parkins, Patty Duke, Paul Burke. Siskel, what's his name? Ebert. Ebert, not Siskel, is not credited as a writer, but he had something to do with it. What is it rated? I mean, starred. 6 out of 10. Too many stars. It's hard to say on motion picture shows like that, because to me, they're just so bad they're good. Then I can almost remember every line and the scantily clad everybody's. Yay! We can't do that anymore. I'll just show a few of the pictures. I think the first ones are
Well,
rather
look at
eye-catching.
Ron Howard. Look at Ron Howard's early movies. They were obviously done on a budget, okay? But he was persistent. I mean, he could have given up and he got better and better and he got access to better and better scripts. Is that Patty Duke in that?
Yeah, and it does,
Okay.
even though it has a lot of uh dressed like the 60s, especially in their undies and their slippies and all that stuff. And it's really, really bad. So bad it's good. There is drama in it. It is based on a book about three people trying to make it in Hollywood. And here's one: alcoholism. Here's the other one: pillaholism. The stuff of showbiz.
Well,
Oh, yeah, it has all the beautiful people in it. It's just corny as heck in 1960s stuff. See? See the sad face? See the drama face? Look at that hand. One day I am going to tell my story all up in here about how in my one and only ever acting class directed towards monologues from the American Academy of the Dramatic Arts. That's the one that gives out the Oscar awards. I don't even remember how much that class costs. It was not cheap, but
Well, I
I
think
got
too
a
many people
bonus
put
lesson from a very important actor that all the
uh,
drama is in the hands.
well, like the Guild of Dramatic Arts. I think it's overrated because even to be an extra, you have to be a member. Just like when they say, "Oh, he's a member of the PGA," and I'm like, "Yeah," and I used to be a member of the PGA, and I had to be a member of the PGA, Pro Golfers Association, for those that don't know, to play putt-putt because putt-putt gave out prizes, cash prizes in these putt-putt tournaments. So you had to be a member of the PGA in order to compete in putt-putt tournaments. That's the reason "Oh, I'm a member of this, I'm a member of that." Take it with a handful of salt, not just a grain of salt.
Yep. I don't like unions. I'm from a union state, and California,
Well,
Hollywood, Los Angeles, and all the union
one of the
madness.
one of
I
the
don't
things
like
my
it.
aunt did one of the things my aunt did before she died is she ran the payroll, the union payroll for the RDU area because she was a member of the union and no one would make sure all the correct forms were filled out so that not only did they get paid on time, the people working the various shows, but the taxes were taken out and the insurance was taken out. So she kind of started her own payroll company specifically for wasn't the steamy it's the one that covers stage workers and filmmakers and things like that, not not the actors per se. That's a separate guild. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she did. And now, when towards the later, I think the last couple of years of her life, she gave it up because it was becoming. She got tired of putting up with the union itself, even though she was very much so a unit. How would you call it? Someone who's for the union,
I think they're,
unionist.
I don't know. Yeah.
Um, but she started in that union back in the 40s or 50s, the 50s, when she went to New York to work after she got her
Bar.
PhD. And and later in life she said she wished she wouldn't have gone for her PhD and just stuck with a master's degree because she would have gotten more work. PhD tended to scare uh, directors and producers because it's your way of saying, well, you know more than they do.
Yeah.
And we all know that's a
Unions.
falsehood.
False stated myth. Thank you, Jimi Hendrix. I left on the screen for a while. I don't know if you're looking at the stuff. This is not the other one. This is Barbara. Showing some more of the drama. Holding a certain kind of bottle. Not saying anything negative. It's all her fault. And besides, it's just a movie. Cup full of
Well,
stuff that got out of this big old empty, 2/3 empty bottle sitting in the inbox or the outbox, whatever box it is. These
we
are the
do know
realities of the showbiz biz.
Yeah.
in
I mean,
1967. I don't know when the book
and
was written.
and before. I mean, look at poor
Marilyn Monroe.
I wasn't thinking Maryland. Well, Maryland's a bad case, but also then you look at uh the young lady that played in The Wizard of Oz, Juliet. Not,
Oh, I can't think of it.
but anyhow, her entire life, directors and producers were giving her speed to get up and downers to go to sleep, and it killed her health. That's the reason she died at a very, what would in consider a young age, but also being on a lot of those narcotics, had a hard time on certain things focusing, like focusing on her husband, and that's the reason she went through several marriages. Her daughter talks about it in a book, and if you look at her daughter's age, without the drugs, how long could she done and kept performing? I mean, I don't exactly like all of her daughter's works, but I like a lot of it. I mean, I do like Cabaret. I think Cabaret is a very, I don't know if it's that. There's a song I really like in Cabaret. Money. Money makes the world go round, the world go.
Yeah. Well, I like Pink Floyd's version.
I don't think I've heard Pink Floyd's version.
It's a different song entirely.
Okay.
Money get back. I'm all right, Jack. Get your hands off my stack. There, there he is. There's a handsome young man in black and white. The Valley of the Dolls did not feature very many men. It's about 3 women. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls is just a goofball. There's the 3 women, all in pink against a pink wall. Man, the 60s and the 50s and the 70s were so strange. Or wonderful, 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 wonderful.
They were strange, and yeah, you're right. They were wonderful. I remember some things out of the 60s and early 70s. Though the one when you talk about this,
Plastic covered furniture never caught on to me.
oh no, that was the grandma thing. Well, that way I don't have to clean it. I don't have to bring in the cleaners.
Yeah.
Um, no, what I was thinking is bell bottoms, because I've never found it, but my dad had a picture of me at the beach with no shirt, no shoes, but I'm wearing these pinstripe, multi-rainbow colored, button up fly bell bottom, because he and I were playing football, throwing the football around, beach football. And it's just like the styles you can't believe you actually wore at some point, and you voluntarily wore them because that's what was around. Or my later in the early 70s, or mid 70s actually, the bell bottom platform shoes that my stepbrother would wear. Oh, keep on trucking.
Yeah. Judy Garland.
Or,
I had to look it up.
mm, I had what I call a brain fart. I just couldn't remember her name.
You know, me neither. Pretty lady, I guess. You said something about her daughter?
Yeah.
Judy Garland's daughter would be Lorna Luft.
No, the other one.
Liza Minnelli?
Yeah, Liza Minnelli.
Well, live and learn every day. I know of Liza Minnelli. I never knew that was her daughter.
Yeah. In fact, back in the early days, they actually did some variety shows together. In fact, there's a video of them actually singing on a variety show together.
She did. New York. New York. She was in Arthur. Liza with a
Arthur's
Z.
yeah,
Journey Back
Arthur's
to
pretty funny
Oz.
movie.
Already had a. And I don't know. I don't remember all the dramas and whatever else happened. When you live there, there's always something about everybody and somebody and all the little local rags and the fanzines and the big
Oh
press
yeah.
and the People magazines and the Esquires and the Enquirers. I don't
I
remember the
mean, it's
other, Elvis
like
and JFK living in perfect harmony on the UFOs magazines or in the Titanic.
yeah. I mean, the number of actresses and actors who had to keep their um marriages secret because oh the females might not like come to the movies if they know you're married and can't dream of having and marrying you.
And that all showbiz industries, 'cause that's what they did to John Lennon's first wife. Hey, John,
Yeah.
you can't wear the ring, and she can't go.
Well, I mean, almost all of Cary Grant's marriages were kept secret for the most part.
Manelli is a knight of the French Legion of Honor, proper British French spelled honor. A knight of the French Legion of Honor. Well, sire, sir,
For what?
I
Okay.
don't know. Sir Liza Minnelli. There you go. You asked for it.
No, I just mentioned the fact that she was her child, and I do like Cabaret. Someone said, "Oh, Michael York plays a gay man in that," and it's still a good story.
Whatever. If that wrecks it for you, then say, don't just say out loud, man, I'm just too
It's
homophobic for that stuff. And move
well,
on.
exactly. I mean, it's not like it was a skin flick and Michael York was being backdoored by somebody.
Yeah, well, we all got to draw a line somewhere. I don't want to see that either.
No,
In
I don't
any
wanna see
form.
it happening to a female, but, it's just it's one of those things that I was telling you earlier, I was telling an older friend, and he was adult, I was a teenager, that I like Kiss, and he goes, "Oh, they're all gay." And I'm like, "What does that have to do with their music?"
They're
You
not
know?
all. Some of them might be
I know,
bi.
I know, I know, but,
So,
it's like,
yeah,
Elton
just
John's
people.
gay,
Yeah.
and?
So,
And?
so was Liberace, but most people probably don't know who that is.
Oh, yeah, well, Liberace was the Beatles of his day. I mean, women if he wasn't gay, he'd have had them lined up around the hotel. Take a number, take a number.
Uh, Either, I don't know, big baby steps. All the lawsuits and craziness in LA, in Hollywood.
Yeah, they call it
over,
Hollywood for a reason.
yeah, over Liberace's partner, significant other, whatever you want to call it, back when two men could not be
Yeah,
married official. And even though they had spent a lot of money on lawyers, trying to private contract a will and testament and transfers of stuff.
yeah. But see, what gets me
No,
it
we
this
must fight it. It was almost as bad as the War of the Roses.
yeah, one of the things I find despicable about what they did to Liberace's estate and memory is it's not like it was a brother. These were cousins and distant cousins that wanted his money.
And
Like in North
really
Car
just didn't want to. Some of them, it was very ugly about how all they just wanted to make sure was that them. I'm
whatevers.
going rags mode today. Those homos don't deserve to get rewarded for that.
Well, you don't need to get rewarded for distant cousins. I mean, too bad he wasn't living in North Carolina at the time for the simple reason in North Carolina, cousins aren't entitled to anything unless there are no heirs and there is no will. And that's and past first cousins, they're entitled to nothing, period. In the statement, it goes to the state. And I can't remember her name, but a very rich, I guess, newspaper lady up in New York. She disinherited some of her own grandkids and basically put in, because you were such a little head of a penile, uh, you're not getting squat. I'm gonna give it to my dog.
Good. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Why do we have a ribbon
And
on YouTube icons today? Is it Jimmy Carter? Is it California Fires? Is it some
yeah,
other tie a yellow ribbon around that old oak tree day that I don't remember? I don't remember who sang that song either. I'm not worried about it.
um,
National Day of Mourning for President Jimmy Carter.
well, they do that for all presidents
Here,
or all former presidents.
yeah. Well, this is the first time I've seen a ribbon next to YouTube.
Oh,
Well, there we go.
okay,
We got it.
whatever.
It's recorded on the stream. Shall we have a moment that adds up to about 1 second of silence for Jimmy James, James Jimmy? Here we go. And it's all done. Thank you.
Um,
We're doing we're
I'll
doing
as
live
I
TV here. We can't just have dead air.
as we said earlier, before his demise, he was a great ex-president. Was not a good president, but he made a great ex-president. I don't mean that we're glad to get him out, which we were. I meant as far as the way he carried himself, to what when another president called on him, would you mind doing this? He, yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll do it. No problem. He served as an ambassador to the Middle East. Uh, Helped broker the treaty between Egypt, well, the short-lived treaty between Egypt and
That was me taking a screenshot.
Israel, and that's the reason he got the Nobel Peace Prize. And I hate to say it, that's one reason I ragged on Obama. It's not because he was getting things for things he might do, which he never did. Like, he got a Nobel Peace Prize while president for something he might do. He hadn't done anything yet.
How different
I'll
would
be
our
right back.
world be? Yeah, let me wander off onto this leads to this leads to that at 44:44. How do we say this? Hypothetically, whatever, rhetorically, goofily, fictionally. How different would our world be if B. Obama came out mama color? Just stupid thinking thought that popped in my head. He's a half breed. Go see the share video. I can't go see the share video. Everyone must see it. I wish I was a horse of painted nature. Way back then. Just saying. Oops. The Bone Collector drama, 1999. Denzel, he fine. Uh, six, seven, six, seven, six, seven, six or seven. I do believe it's Ashley Judd. I don't remember. I don't care to look it up. It just popped up on the home screen. Destiny got his take of. I saw part of it live. Him react contenting to the Zelensky, and it's supposed to. I thought it was supposed to be spelled with two Y's. Hey, Destiny. Vlad. N-O-Y. Volodymyr Zelensky. It's a good stuff. Anybody who's got 3 hours or whatever to go watch stuff. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 35 seconds. Or you can go over to Lex Freeman's channel. I applied for jobs at Lex Freeman's mass media empire. Got very good back in the day. Well, I was clapping my hand like a seal because I got rejection notifications or communications. Not rejection. You didn't get the job. Lex Freeman's stuff. Companies. Media empire. Has a very polite, sorry you didn't get that one. We'll keep your resume on file. Keep your eye on our openings. Blah, blah, blah. Form letter that at least it's something. When you put out, if not high, over 50 in the tens of job applications and online and whatever. Some years it's been 100 plus or 200 plus, and you only hear back from 2 or 3. You tend to remember the ones that at least let their Autobots respond to you. What else we got all up in here? Let me go in there. Opening a new tab, so autoplay is blocked. Whatever it was. I'm not even going to timestamp it. I'm going to put go see the at Destiny. I think it's a capital D. Video, even though he, meaning they, there's a whole team media empire over at Destiny's place too. Held Vladimir Zelensky is last name. So then we hop over there and we do our, hey friend, put a like on it even before I watched it, because I watched it live. Make sure nobody else typed it in there first. Nope. They'll do. There, somebody did it. Put a thumb on that one. And I don't see one right on the immediate scroll. Put star, paste, take the first name out, comment, screenshot it so when I get banned and complained on by Destiny and all his people, I can remember what got me kicked off the internet. I felt compelled. Volodymyr. That's how I keep him straight. Make sure you say his name correctly. Because 2x Vlad means Vladimirovich. That's the Putin guy. I don't have too many thoughts about it. Neither way. 51, 12. Let me go over there. Screenshotted. Screenshot of the star. Spell check. Comment. So I have a memory if it gets me KIA'd from YouTube. The Destiny follower crowd chat, they get a lot of stupid blame accusations tossed at them. Well, occasionally though, they are their guy, his name's Steven, worshiper-ish. And if you say something that they take as an attack on their guy, beware. Beware the dog. Just saying. I don't think they're as bad as the other internet influencer, Twitcher, tuber, streamer, drama queens make it out to be. Uh-oh, phone ringing. I shall be right back. Now, hello? Am I here? I hope I'm here. Huh.
I'm finally back.
Yeah, I just got back myself, and the light was out on the microphone, so I've unplugged it and plugged it back in, and the light came back on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My
I
light was out, but
phone
now
call
it's
and I had to go.
waking again. LA fires. Let's take a look. Let's take a look-see. Southern California fire siege. I've already seen many headlines. This is the historically worst blah blah blah.
Is it? Really?
That's what they say.
Well, they say that every fire.
They're saying specifically. Firefighters make progress. Slowing. Lots of big stuff in Hollywood. Iconic landmarks lost and damaged by raging fires. Oh, that reminds me, and I think I put it. Did I put it? Foxes, the famous restaurant discussed in one of the early streams. The single digit numbers, show numbers. Now, I heard on several newscasts. Still dark in Los Angeles when I was looking at it, because they're 3 hours behind me. Altadena's most famous, Fox's Restaurant, where my grandmother taught me to suck on coffee with too much sugar and way too much real cream, none of that powdery fake stuff. And of course, Sanka Instant Decaf. Not a sponsor. Could be. I don't even know if they still exist. Look at it. Sanka is a brand of instant decaffeinated coffee.
I had a friend who used to do these like 32-ounce mugs of coffee. I mean, in fact, he got very infamous for his big mugs of coffee, but it was half caffeine and half decaffeinated instant coffee.
So we'll say, get that one in the can. Rip Fox's Diner slash restaurant. Oh, you're not gonna fix it for me, spell check? Dinosaur. Rest owl. Ramp. Got it. Altadena, CA. The good news is Sanko instant coffee is still a thing. Got to make good of it. There's got to be a yin to the yang side of things. So let's see if we can find us a picture of Fox's restaurant. No, go away. Images. Nothing today style. Oh well, we tried. The landmarks are on. Iconic landmarks. LA Mayor Karen Bass, I don't know who that is, blunders her way through fire warnings on the big one. You're funny, New York Post. Video shows Mayor Karen Vass refused to answer LA Fire's questions. She's probably got stuff to do, like not answer your silly questions. Billy Crystal, Paris Hilton, other celebrities share LA Fire experiences and resources. You go, Paris Hilton. Hook up with
Go.
Jamie Lee Curtis. She's in my description for, man, she was out early. Might have been yesterday. Put up $1 million
Wow.
to help get a good start on making sure people having it hard in LA were going to get some taken care of. That's a big thing to me. That's a big pile of money.
Yeah. And she's got it
What's happening in Los
between her.
Angeles? What caused the wildfire? Says the BBC. Sparks.
A combustible, heat, and oxygen.
Yeah.
I know that's not quite what they were asking, but it's the
Oh,
answer.
I'm sure they have all kinds of great conspiracy theories. I don't want to get that deep into it. Not right now, anyway. Maybe we'll go back later and see how they're bubbling. I've seen lots already, including Donald Trump started them fires. Part of why I made much funnery about the urban renewal and the dot plan that always exists, because Donald Trump and his family are builders and property developers. They could probably steal for pennies on the dollar, running off on the goofiness when I'm supposed to be looking at fire stuff.
I don't
But
think
they
he
really
wants to
did.
build in California.
If not Donald Trump himself, since he can't have Denmark, allegedly, what they'll do is build high-rise apartment buildings or Trump Towers with engine casinos in them or golf courses. That's expensive land.
Yeah.
Please, people,
And
calm down. Please. It's not funny.
it's only expensive because of what people want and the fact that California charges so much on tax.
And everything else. It's hyperinflated. It always has been. The
Mhm.
lovely mayor was in another county. I'm reading the chat. And had forgotten to make sure the dams were filled, reservoirs, so no water when the fighters turned on many of the hydrants, citizens reported to the news. One, a very rich developer of the midsection malls, etc. Yeah, they've had
And no,
0 drops of rain in 8 months. The reservoirs are
no.
not owned by the city nor the county. Those reservoirs are distributed all over the LA River Basin.
Hey, look to the west, California. There's lots of water there.
Yeah, we discussed yesterday. You can't use the salt water. Can
No,
you
but you
see
could
it?
create these. You could use it, but you're going to salt the land. But California, at some time ago, could have that's the word I'm looking for, invested in desalination,
Oh
and
no,
they would
they
have plenty of water.
well, they have one or two that they are forcing to shut down around San Diego. That all that technology was built and patented in America. Desalination.
Yeah, right here in North Carolina,
We're the
the
ones that
North
installed it over there in Palestine, Lebanon, Israel, other places.
Saudi. Saudi has some of the big ones.
The problem we have here is we have too many peaceniks, and maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, but progress must progress, right?
Well, the desalination
The
plants have been being used for 50 plus years,
the
and what they
byproduct
are afraid of,
salt being dumped
and what
concentrated back into the ocean was affecting some seaweeds and some fish brains. So they made
Well,
them stop in California.
here's something they didn't apparently California didn't think of. No wonder. Is you take that same salt, you refine it just a smidge, in other words, clean it, grind it up, and sell it to people as sea salt. It's in everybody's grocery store, and it's the most expensive salt, or one of them.
I watched a long documentary, probably since COVID. You know, we had a lot of stay-at-home time during COVID,
Yep.
and I watched a long back from before COVID documentary about the absolute failure and disaster of desalination in California
Well,
and all the BS excuses, and it's all BS excuses.
just like they have the you'll displace a squirrel if you do fire roads,
Well, the
or
squirrel's displaced now, ain't it?
yeah, or if you do controlled burning, you might accidentally cause a forest fire by not ground burning to get rid of the underbrush. You have a forest fire and a bad one. They need to learn from other states, and they don't want to learn. It's do as we do, or do as we say, not do as we do. I mean, that's one reason North Carolina hasn't had a severe forest fire in I don't know how long. Not to mention we do have a little bit more moisture than California does. But we also have fire roads, fire breaks, control burn.
NBC
And
News has a 1 minute video. Elizabeth asked about an area of Malibu. Burned out homes line Malibu's. This is watch videos, BBC News. Open link in new tab. Maybe one day we'll get internet stuff working where they can have like the real. Somebody tell Google if they really did it. I would sure like to have a slice of that caches. I saw several satellite picture sites this morning where you click and slide the little before and after photo over itself. Should have kept a bookmark of that or a link. It was cool. Where we could see and have the street names and stuff on it. Follow the latest developments from LA on our live page. You gotta put the periods in there, BBC. When you say LA, I think Louisiana. When you say L period A period, I think Los Angeles. If you want to do two letters, put CA. Elizabeth said, my cousin wrote a book for Berkeley that documents the use of pre-fires by Native Americans after the missions brought wild grass in to feed their cattle, which escaped into the whole estate, the whole state. Yep, that was a thing. It's in my description. It's on my checklist. I don't even remember what the name was. Controlled burns? Is that what it's called?
yes,
There's controlled burns, but there's another in nature. It might be renewal. Hang on, let me do natural fires, natural forest
it's
fires,
generally caused by lightning.
renewal. It's called the natural pattern of recovery after a wildfire is referred to as ecological succession. Big fancy term.
Yeah, And some of your evergreens, especially the ones out in California, in order for the seed pod, called pine cones, to seed, they must catch fire. I mean, even Smokey did a special on this back in the 70s and 80s.
Checklist item was natural forest fires renewal has two names. Renewal and ecological succession. So I was right in both ways in my carefully crafted dot plan for lessons for our business school for today. Urban renewal equals forest fires renewal equals organic. And I know if you're speaking to California, especially the heck LA people, little Angaligians, you're supposed to spell organic N-E-C-K, organic. My brother really loves it when people say melt. I don't know why. Oh, whether it's urban renewal like I called it yesterday, or forest fires renewal. I was right. Back in the day, we just called it renewal. It's natural and organic. It happens and it's good for the forest. And depending on your perspective, as long as it wasn't your little house that burnt down, it's good for the city to have some urban renewal or suburban renewal. Darwinistic, man. Is it short term bad but long term good? I don't know. But when you have to tell people it's good for you, it makes me think of Sweet Anita saying, "DWEENK beer, it's good for you." I know, I didn't know justice. Go look it up yourself. Desalinization. Fill up them the reservoirs. It happens to the big cities and to the big forests. I know I had discussed it, and my little cuz, who's twice of me in every way, little dude, little Homs, in 1992, going from Wapato, Washington. It's in and on the Yakima Indian Reservation, to where his parents and mother's side grandparents lived in, I don't know, somewhere in the Bay Area of California. We drove through a Oregon side of the big river. There's a big river that separates Oregon State and Washington State. Driving through there on the Oregon side, the forest was on fire, and I saw for the first time in my life a fire nado. I've seen a lot of fires do a lot of crazy stuff in sunny Southern California, including in them Santa Ana winds, them big winds. Talked about some of that yesterday, but Interstate 5 burning on down the boulevard, San Jose, Elizabeth said. It's another one of the Santa somethings right outside of San Jose. Oh no, wait, it's a one word something. Stan's Donuts, California. Stan's famous donut shop is in Santa Clara, which is right outside of San Jose or Oakland or somewhere. It's right in there. Went there often with my uncle and my cousins, all of them, all four. That was their favorite donut shop. Stan's Donuts in Santa Clara. That's where they were living with her parents. My Aunt Judy Rip Sainted. And way up there on the Oregon Washington border. And what was really shocking to me, George, skipping topics, we go with the flow, man. This is a fire NATO in and of itself. Fire NATO. Stan's Donuts. Stan's Donuts. Culture shock extreme. Check this out, George. It's another something, you being well traveled but being steeped in this kind of environment, and me being from the concrete urban jungle where you can't have a match. How dare you? Sparks will burn us all down. Smokey Bear you. Man, Elizabeth, I don't know. You've lived in some rural places. You may have seen this, so it won't be as bad a shock to you. All you southern people, sit down. Southern eastern, and like Nebraska and other places that do some farming, northwest, north middle states, when they harvest off the crops, they light what's left over on fire and just let it burn.
Yeah, because that does a couple of things. One, it adds minerals back to the earth,
Yep.
as well as it burns off potential pests for the next growing season.
Yeah, what I already closed the tab, but what made me think of it was when I went to that tab to close it and it said the reason for the good of the renewal by fire of the forests was putting nutrients and ash into the ground or onto.
Yep.
Because sooner or later, whether you till it back in or not, especially here, not so much there, a little rainwater will fall out of the sky and hopefully not ash and mudslide that stuff into everybody's leftover homes. But here, it ain't, if it goes anywhere, it goes in the ditch. Now the drainage ditch is blocked and everybody grumble groanies and has to go dig out the ditch again. Throw that stuff back in the field. But if it's just enough rain, it will help soak all that good stuff back into the soil. And now, what stayed standing? Culture shock. And right in the beginning of COVID, it was world global shock because they were burning the hell out of lots of stuff in Brazil to make room for growing Chinese something or other that whatever existed in Brazil.
Yep.
Farmers burn, farmers not farmer is. Farmers burn off lands in NC. Culture shock to a city kid. Elizabeth said, my mom's cousin had a huge thousands of acres of wheat ranches in Washington state. They cut twice, then put cattle out to munch, then sheep and goats, and then did stubble burns. Let it go until time to replant. Yep.
Now, an interesting study that was done a few years ago about the Brazilian rainforest, and people, oh, we're killing it. You're going to kill it totally. Well, there was areas that they had to stop building for whatever reason, and the Brazilian rainforest will reclaim everything you cut down 1 foot a year.
And now spell checker's telling me that I misspelled Curtis. Thanks, spell checker. I'm going to put an O in that one because we covered it part way. Get some and react to updates. Let's put an O in that one. We're working on it. We're working on it. Couldn't find any good pictures. Couldn't find any good pictures or videos this morning. Aerial pictures. Altadena fires. I'll switch it to Malibu in a moment. Maybe this is the one. Before and after. El Guardiano. Go see the movie that I always talk about. Love you, Creasy Bear. Here I got some before and after satellite show devastation. Here it is. Georgia and Elizabeth. Go look, check out the screen for just a minute. Or here, I'll put it up. Put this bad boy. Don't play all day with the cool images. It's in the chat. You can just slide the slider over yesterday, today, before, then, now. It's crazy. This is Malibu coastline from 20 October and 8 January. 8 January on the right. Now, Malibu coastline. Very dry and not very green. Little green pips at the top of the hill. Little shrubberies and bushes. But everything obviously too dry. On 20 October. Now it's very, very, very dry and there ain't no more green. But the whole line of houses right there on the ocean. Dirty. That stuff is gone. And now they got, and the now of this is not up to the second. Where be this? Homes in Altadena, California. I tried hard this morning to figure out where is this? A whole lot, just like, man, Palisades or whatever they call it is ready for the bulldozers. But apparently a great much of Altadena is too. Altadena. I could not identify where is this and what I didn't look for yet. I just put it on the to-do list in my noggin. Because number one, I don't think it exists anymore. The LA Times, it wouldn't let me look at their before and after photos. Paywall. Your IP has visited us too much. Yeah, whatever. Palisades fire damage aerial view 4 hours ago. Let's check it out. NBC News. Not the vidge-yuh. I just want to see some pictures. Oh, they just have video. It's alright. It's muted. They didn't have an ad. The quality is horrible. There, it snapped it into a little better. Which probably cut the quality on my own live streaming. Don't share the bandwidth. Do you have a packet shaping router and prioritizing? No. Yep. Big fires. Everything flat. I'm a good woman. I'm a good woman. I'm a better than me person in my life. She asked a couple of questions this morning. All right, I already discussed the woman say and the other. Oh, the typos, they just never quit. Powdered? Well, I don't care that it's not a word according to you, Microsoft. Why do the stone, concrete, and everything else, most of them are not stone? But even the stone ones, concrete and the other buildings burn and collapse. Let's go. Let's talk some structural engineering and then I'll give a shout out in a minute. Go on. 28, 40. Structural engineering. Cues from my missus. The
And you
number,
also deal with thermodynamics. You have to get concrete really, 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 really hot to burn.
yeah, but you don't have to get it so hot to turn to dust. If
No,
there
it's still
is
got to be.
any moisture or humidity in it, the superheating of internal and external firing, burning, all that concrete is a great big oven wall.
That's
So,
true.
so the internals of it heat extremely, and they heat enough to powderize it.
Well,
If it has
and
rebar or moisture or humidity in it at all, the expansion of the metals or the waters will cause it to burst or further powderize.
yes, but it still takes harder than what most natural fires can generate, unless
Oh,
it's on.
it is no problem, and I had to tell my missus. That's why it did not shock me that the towers fell down on September 11th.
Yes,
They're made out
but
of
that
steel and
jet.
concrete.
You're right, but that jet fuel that was burning,
Mm.
which caught everything else on fire, burns a lot hotter than any wood fire. Now, saying that, there was an experiment done in Scotland where they attempted to fuse rock due to archaeologists have found that some of the earliest stone castles in Scotland, the rock versus being mortared together, it was fused together. But they collected lots and lots and lots of scrap wood and burn it for like almost several days, and they managed to get two little itty bitty rocks fused together. So
Yep.
it takes time, extreme heat, and most forest fires don't. I'm just saying most, not all, don't last long enough to crumble that much concrete.
You'd have to go study the map pictures and everything else because it started in a forest. But once it's burning in the urban jungle, which or the concrete jungle,
Yeah,
and that's what my missus was asking me. She was looking at her videos of it and saying, "How could the next house light on fire?"
because it's
Because
not,
superheating, super wind, and embers,
and
everything
it's
it
not made of
needs.
and it's not made of concrete.
Oh yeah, they all
It
are.
might.
Go look at the
Yep.
Pacific Palisades, and the trees are still standing there green. It didn't even burn the trees.
What I was saying is
You
the houses aren't made of concrete. They might have a concrete facade, but they're not made of concrete.
know, everything on the inside, the only thing out there, and it's not, most of them are not like Florida homes, hurricane proof, built of poured concrete or pre poured.
No, the earth.
They're built out of what we call cinder blocks or concrete blocks.
Yeah, that's what a lot of Florida houses are made out of. They're concrete block or cinder blocks because
And those things are
you
very brittle and fragile, and they have air holes through them.
yeah.
And
Yep.
they're put together with some kind of mortar mix or something.
Yeah.
And all of that, when exposed to heat, either crumbles or powderizes.
But
And then,
for Florida, it works great because it acts like a swamp cooler because it collects moisture in wind goes around it, evaporating the moisture, which cools it down. It's very wind resistant. Great for Florida. Apparently not so good for California.
and then there's all the other dynamics of everything. Like when the roof falls down part way.
Mm-hmm.
So 75% of all that weight is now pressing instead of vertically, laterally on 2 or 3 sticks in the center of your block wall that's already superheated.
Yep.
It's a pinpoint pressure of all the weight that the load used
As
to
I
be
said,
spread over both sides and both walls.
heat, time, and pressure.
All that weight is now on a specific 2 inch thick wooden point against that wall, and that piece of wall is going to burst outward and collapse. And a
Yeah,
lot of
but
those are built with metal roof supports.
yeah,
So all that weight presses on one spot.
like I
Go
said,
look up
heat,
force displacement or load
time,
sharing.
there again, time, heat, and pressure. How many fires did it survive beforehand? Each fire will weaken its
And then YouTube. I gotta look this up while it's on my mind and see if he's ever come back. Engineering, Florida, condo, collapse. These are all new service. I want the engineering guy. Where's my engineering guy? I miss him. He started out very, very, very stage frighty. I can't remember the name of his channel. It's not practical engineering. That's another great engineering channel for all you minded people. Go check it out. He makes very short videos. Practical engineering is a channel, but it's not the one I'm looking for. These aren't the droids I'm looking for. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to Google search for it. Because now there's years later, 3 years later, there's just 10 million videos. What's the guy's
as
name?
I hate to say this, the original building in California, such as Adobe, would still be standing.
Well, but those days are over. And the 70, 80 year ago stick built, those would be all gone. There wouldn't even be the little nubs of walls. But I saw, not only was my missus asking, I saw one of the news ladies having shock and awe on their early morning when the sun was just coming up, and apparently she's never seen something like that. So the news lady was like, "Oh my gosh, that'll take years just to clean up," and blah blah blah. She was having you know, diarrhea of the mouth because her brain was spinning very quickly, racing thoughts. And she noticed what my missus noticed, that, but why are all the fireplaces still standing? because they're made out of brick and they burn for a living. The mortar that goes in fireplace is very different than the mortar that goes in between cinder blocks or concrete blocks. The people that build those things are well aware of, oh, this thing's going to be on fire. Its whole entire designed life is to suck heat and fire, fire, fire.
Sorry, Dean, I'm gonna need to go. Family emergency.
Okay, sir. Come
All right,
holla back and make sure everything's okay.
I will. Bye.
Bye. George out. I'm still trying to find my engineering guy. I can't remember his name. I got it favorited or bookmarked on the other computer. The other question she had is, there, I believe I put the questions below, but why do the concrete slash block buildings burn down? Her and a news reporter this AM, but the chimneys slash fireplaces remain. Answer: fire. If you really want to know the real answer, listen to the stream. Ha ha. Second question: why do they leave the gas on? Answer: oh, that's complicated. I don't want to type the whole thing out. Pressure. George said it several times. If they try to turn the gas down, the pressure unequalizes or whatever, even if it didn't go back through a different branch or fork of the gas piping, if it was just one gas connected to the one valve and that was on fire, if you don't have an instant shut off, and it's got to be daggone fast instant, super instant, faster than fire. If you lower the pressure beyond the ability for fire to burn in meters or feet or millimeters per second, if the flow goes below a certain foot-pounds per second of pressures, the fire will race through that gas pipe, get into the gas main, and blow the whole county up. So that's why they leave the gas on. Leave it alone. Don't be messing with that stuff. Do not change the pressure of something that was designed to burn. They just have to deal with it. They have very special crews. The gas is off now. Elizabeth said yes. In certain areas, in some places, and I saw right before I got online a live feed from Altadena. Oh no, it might have been right at the edge of one of the other near Hollywood and Sunset Boulevard. Another something burst and burned down about 60 or 6 or I don't remember how many structures. But they found human remains, what they think are. So there were sheriff's homicide investigators on their way. And those reporters, they're so used to it. That's another thing. Culture shock. My wife can't understand how does those fires not, why wasn't that scary living there? Did you guys ever, because it happens all the time. Somebody messes up their wires on their Christmas tree and 5 houses burn down. Fire spreads quickly when everybody's smashed together. Be glad it wasn't. See the 1970s. I'll look it up later. Towering Inferno. They were discussing that as a hard point for those who did not lose their homes and time it will take to check all before they can turn on any small areas of homes due to buildings burn. That's the other thing. It's a culture shock thing down here in the South. They don't have a lot of gas stoves and stuff. Like we have a gas heater, but most people have moved away, especially because they're like rate enabling in the monopolistic wars under state monopoly laws. The gas company and the electric company can't be the same company, so they both try to put each other out of business. Heat pumps and other electrical devices are squishing the gas industry in North Carolina, and I've met very few people. It's just growing up culture. Here's the thing: Los Angeles, Southern California, Central North Carolina, as far up as Santa Barbara and others. Everybody has gas stoves. It's how we lived. It's how we grew up. We take our big giant burrito-sized tortillas made out of flour, not the corn ones. Light up the gas, light up the stove, a burner, twirl your tortilla around on it, rub some butter in it, and then put whatever you're going to put in it or just eat it. Buttery tortillas cooked on the stove. Don't let it sit still because it'll turn black and blister. And then you got to try to clean all that black crunchy stuff out of your stove. It's just what everybody does. Here, I don't know anybody with a gas stove. They're all electric, and you can't cook tortillas on a red hot ring. Yep. And before, once they get that gas shut off, the one thing the news reporter this morning, not out in the field, it was a her, a she, I don't remember which channel. I'm sorry, ma'am, if that's how you identify. Um, Having the racing thoughts and the mouth races with the thoughts sometimes. She was talking about, or asking kind of, well, what happens this, what happens that, and one of the guys there in the studio answered her about that part of the gas is that once they get it off, they have to go to every one of those terminating points and every one of those meters and get them all certified and checked before they'll ever turn that back on. Yep. So that's it. Pressure. That's why they leave the gas on. We did some more culture shock talk. More culture shock talk. It's amazing. What can a little fire do? How do I find this guy? Maybe update. Type update. He did several updates. And I love him. He's a great guy. When he first started doing his YouTubes, he had such stage fright. It's not Jeffo stuff. He's another good one. He has good stuff. And these are big brain guys I'm pointing out. And gals. Whatever. Peoples. Big brained YouTubers. These people all have degrees and experience in engineering, civil engineering, structural engineering, lots of experience. They're the kind of people that get called and contract to the whatever the NTSB, the Transportation Safety Board is stuck in my head, but because that's who does airplane disasters and big highway collapses or bridge collapses. But when it's a building, it's somebody else federally. These are the kind of people that and they go get jobs with contract jobs with the insurance companies. These are super smart people. Practical engineering. There's practical engineering. See that video is only 1414. For all of the reasons the Surfside condominium collapse a few years ago. I have some engineering school and some engineering brains. It's something I have in me. But because of the security failure, the planning failure, especially when they finally got done and had the world's largest civil settlement, $517 million against a security company and somebody else and an insurance company. It is very field related to many of the fields I have mingled around. There were a few of those type of reporters that by yesterday were having the rushing thoughts, no sense, the talking nonsense talking episodes, and many others are now out in the field in the fire areas. Yeah, it's the first time you ever experience the surreal, and then when you get out there and the surreal is so real that your mind says not real or unreal. I always say when the surreal becomes unreal, if you haven't ever thought through, like, what am I going to do in an event, and made yourself at least a pre-visualization, you can't pre-visualize the details. You can't what if every possible combination, but if you subject yourself, like if you have trouble with the scary movies, remind yourself it's just a movie and watch it. Get yourself desensitized to the stress and the emotionals of, zombies trying to eat your brains. For about 1985. For real in 86 and for real starting in 1989, trying to teach law enforcers learn from, with, and for law enforcement officers in order to deal with the stress and shock of the moment. I had made up a thing just from watching goofy movies. Black belt theater. Love you, black belt theater. Of always, and back then we didn't have computer simulator screens and movie magics in self-defense or law enforcement or high stress. The lethal encounter, surviving the lethal encounter training that mine has always been on. If you haven't tried to work yourself through dealing with stress, you're going to react to it instinctively and you've lost the fight. You're going to suck air through your teeth and hold your breath. You're going to make little fisties. Your legs are going to lock and your shoulders are going to rock back. And that's it. In about 20 seconds, you're going to pass out from holding your breath. Damn it, I can't find it. I want to find my guy. These are important concepts. I'm sorry, I'm not keeping the notes. George had to run, and so whatever. I take good advantage of. We haven't got our comedic timing down just right just yet, but we're working on it. That's why we do these things. We're practicing. Getting our stage act together. What if I just take the engineering off? Florida condo collapse. Update. CBS, Tampa, PBS NewsHour, No USA. These are all newses. Shame on me. That's all new stuff. And of course, they don't care none about it. They're pimping fires in Los Angeles. Well, why are you looking up some 3-year-old junk? Thanks, robot. Anyway. I'll get back to it. I'll remember it. The stress stuff. Oh, 1:53. I know. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. Can't find my favorite engineering guy channel. RE Florida condo collapse. Moving on to and from stress hypothetical, primarily for law enforcement, that deals with when the surreal gets unreal. Not the video game. Love you, id Software. Should have given me jobs. Oh, from for sure 1986. And see, man, sword, mother's head. I would always tell my trainees, my co-trainees, if I was taking the class, out of ABC7 New York. This is important because it's one of those. I probably got 100 phone calls and emails because I've been doing this for thousands of people, both professionals and teaching people in my self-defenses classes. Are you ready? Can your mind handle it besides a zombie? How about a demon dog? How about some dude? I stole this from the story of David and Goliath out of some famous book. I can't remember the name of that book, but all you California people go look it up. Because after felling a giant with a little stone and knocking him unconscious, he offed his noggin with his own giant's sword and then raised both in the air in victory. V arms for victory. So based on that, it was one of my favoriteest Old Testimony stories when I was a child. When I first ever became aware of that famous collection of stories. That just always amazed me. I imagine a victorious battle cry while showing off the sword and the noggin. So I said, just imagine yourself, some guy walking down the street carrying a noggin still dripping out the neck and the tool that he offed the noggin off the neck with. How are you going to deal with that? Blah, blah, blah. That could never happen. Blah, blah, blah. That doesn't happen. Until 2017 in Franklin County, North Carolina. Thanks, ABC7 New York. Nothing to do with nothing. Just the first, the absolute number one, Zebulon. Do you believe in destiny? I almost got a job for the third largest influencer. Some of them out of California, some of them out of New York, private island. They moved to Zebulon, North Carolina, 2021. And I almost got us, because do you believe in destiny? The fine young woman that was an influencer herself, but she gave up her online influencer because she had such a good mind for management. She became their manager. Third largest influencer on planet Earth. Making on average just on their YouTube income 9 million with a M dollars per month. I didn't tell her about the The headless making swordsman, not horseman. But that's a true story. That's what happened. And including, I didn't know any of those sheriff deputies out there, but my good friend was the guy that ran the certifying program for all law enforcement instructors in this state. So I had been around quite a few of them. So, of course, they called him. He called me or texted me. I don't remember. All full of cuss words. USOB. Did this guy take your class? I've had a lot of those calls. Did this bad guy take your class? Is that where you got the idea? 'Cause the cops. Legs locked, eh? No joke. I got to interview two of the deputies and one of the city cops. That when it came time, they said exactly what you said would happen. Grizzly old tough guy coppers, you know. They'd seen it all. And then they sucked air through their teeth and made little fisties and locked their legs. Because that's what humans do. It looked to be a large butcher knife, the weapon that was used, Sheriff Winstead said. After calling 911, the 18-year-old suspect walked out of the house holding his mother's head in one hand and what appeared to be a large knife in the other, according to authorities. The first responding officers and one of the witnesses, the not cop witness, they swore that was the biggest, giantest, gladius-style ancient Roman sword they've ever seen. That's what your mind will do to you under stress. Not a kitchen knife. How do you behead someone with a kitchen knife? I don't know. I've never done it. So, yep, true story. Don't speak it into being. I have other stuff that you think that's surreal turned unreal and that could never happen hypothetically that you try to teach tough guy coppers. I've been in the military, man. That's a bunch of BS. All right. We'll see. So now I don't use that one anymore. I made up new ones. Even worse. Gotta test the metal. Or test the mental. If you don't get your mental tested before an event. Oh, it's all news. Where's my guy? Can't remember his company name is his channel name. And it's not practical engineering. What if I go to the practical engineering? Go to theirs. 3 years ago, open a new tab and talk about the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I haven't seen an update in about a year about the Millennium Tower dangerously and severely leaning in San Francisco, California. Oh, that's another thing that came to my mind. Not that I was there. I'm old. I ain't that old. Looking at aerial photos and helicopter photos and some street level photos about what's happening right now in the greater Los Angeles area. The first thing that popped in my head was the quake was bad in, I think it was 1906, San Francisco. Speaking of San Francisco falling down, it was the fires. Even their high-rise buildings were built out of wood back then. And that is what can blossom out of that burnt to the ground San Francisco and shaken, not stirred, and stirred because they suffered subsidence, which is another magical thing dealing with coastal or bay areas. and earthquakes or earth motion. It's called subsidence when the whole earth slides out from under a man-made structure. Go look it up yourself. But I don't know. I read it somewhere. I've heard smart people say that. Julianne's family I saw Lou had passed in 2012. He had gone to 12 steps, recovered. I remember the incident that blew him over the edge. I don't know all the incidents that I didn't find out until 17 or 18 that he passed away in 12, but I had myself a little private party. And I said something on the face space about I don't care how much better, there's no amount of good or better. At least he stopped hurting people, I guess. He's the one, I don't know if you ever saw the Facebook now erased book. Ha ha ha. Oh, look, there's me. I said engineering and it showed me me. I'm not that smart. How dare you? Lump me in with the building integrity guys. It's not them, is it? Yes, building integrity. Duh.
Hello.
This guy. Hello. Thank goodness YouTube didn't play an ad. When I started watching this guy's videos, this video probably had 2K views. I'll figure out his name in a minute. They said the area scorched in LA is bigger than all of Manhattan. Phew. The mayor is on the news getting grilled by reporters. No safe questions. Many of them live or have friends and family. Yep. And here's another training. I said today was going to be school. I said it was going to be business. Well, here's the business of being mayor of, if not the largest, most populated city/county job center in Earth. Danger daggone close to it. I know the Chinese pack their little sardines together. That's part of the discussion we'll have when we get to checklist item number 1. I've hopped all over this thing. Oh my gosh. Business school. The business of politicking. Be careful what you ask for when you ask to be made the top of something that is 10x the population of all 13 original colonies when they were originally colonized and turned into states. The entire eastern seaboard of states at the founding document time is what I'm prehearsing again, Elizabeth. And I wrote a politics and governance paper back in the college days that they were like, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Because it started with, why are we listening to what all these goofy old horse riders had to say when we live in Los Angeles? Back then, according to back then census, there was 18 million people in our little county. Just residents. That didn't include the daily surge to, I don't remember what it was, 2.1, 2.5 people that come from outside the county into the county to work, but they live outside. But this is just by residentials. In my paper, we have 9 times the population that the entire collective known as United States of America had when we had a first president. Why don't we have that much equal representation in government? Oh, yeah. They'll be doing math in our politics classes. Yeah. But that's the thing. You want to be the mayor, you get the credit and the blame. And somebody better teach you a thick skin class in you are their government. They voted you to stand up there and throw maters at you and call you names. And threaten your family and every other silly thing that's stressed, freaked out, angry, probably not sane because they're still in California. All right, let me fix that. I don't want to insult my own mammy because they're still in Los Angeles. Their bubble has been burst. Their dreamland world that they live in is now burnt to the ground, and nobody did nothing, including them. But they have to blame somebody, and they voted you up there, lady. Suck it up. Smile yourself a little smile. Say, thank you, sir. May I have another? Business of politics school. And everybody, give it all you got. Give it all you got. Just be careful. Don't get too crazy. And I made a little joke a minute ago about threatening the mayor's family. Don't say words that might make some true lunatic full of stupid, cognitive dysfunction, go hurt the mayor's friends and family or anybody else. That no violence, none of that stuff. Don't say words that could give some foolishness an excuse to do ultimate foolishness. Say all the bad words, call her the B word, don't use racial slurs, call her dumb F, C word, rhymes with punt. Do all that stuff. Get it out of your system. Don't take it out on the anger, the frustration, the what do we do now? Part of that is self-inflicted. And like, well, what am I ever gonna do if in Los Angeles my house fell down or burned down? Fell down is more common or deemed structurally. See the engineering stuff? Structurally unsound and unsafe for human habitation by the inspectors post quake. It is so ridiculous common. Or it was. When I was there, it was like, oh, damn, the earth shook. Now we got to move again. Not because there's anything wrong with your house, but some guy came in and put a foot-pounds meter on a something, and he noticed a crack that you've got pictures. That crack was there 20 years ago, dude. Yeah, well, I ain't got no quotas to meet. I'm not in Los Angeles. I live in the desert, way out in the desert. Yep. I know. That's why I corrected myself. I first said anybody that stays in California is nuts. And I said, oops. 90% of my family is still there. Better switch back to just Los Angeles. The business of politics. And I found it. I found him, them, ultimate for superstructural and civil engineers. Yay. It gets the link. It does this when it's told. Building integrity. Building integrity. Oh, main channel turn on. No, don't play. Don't play. Let's build the future. But go to videos. Vidges. The Davenport collapse forensics. These are really good if you're interested in stuff like this. When I was a child, I wanted to be many things. Children are fickle like that. I wanted to be a cartoonist, but I can't draw. Never could. You let me do the architectural drawing or drafting and bring up that way, like using CAD, or back in the good old days, a compass, a T-square, and a triangle. Yes, I know stuff about that stuff. Just on accident, how it worked out. Bunch of top secret squirrel. What are the ones you and George discussed them the other day? Is it the Masons that are the secret engineers of time space continuum? Anyway, building integrity, engineers. That stuff interests me. For some reason, I don't know where, probably National Geographic. After looking at the African ladies' chests, if you know what I mean. I don't know why. I mean, the bones in their nose. Yeah, that's it. Those are super long necks. Somewhere or popular mechanics. I don't know where I got the big bright idea. It was before I ever had seen. And I don't know that I ever saw one because they were not those. They were neat, fancy churches. A lot of them made out of bricks. Somewhere I saw pictures or images or movies. Maybe it was the Humpback of Notre Dame. I had in my little kid noggin for a long time. Maybe it went away when the noggin got reset, blacked out. I don't remember when it went away. I just remember I was obsession quest. Well, I wanted to build. If I couldn't draw Snoopy cartoons or the next Snoopy, the Peanuts were already taken. So I can't draw. Me and my brother discussed the art center yesterday. I can't draw. I thought I wanted to be a cop for a while because our neighbor guy was a cop, but then I found out cops are the bad guys. So I didn't want to be a cop anymore. And then I wanted to be a pirate. I've mentioned that on previous live streams. A real one in the old style outfits, and it wouldn't last. Imagine 1970s and 80s, old rickety wooden boat with a skull and bones flag on it going up against a modern nuclear powered United States naval ship trying to take their treasure chest. Yeah, the old romantic era envisioning of pirates. I wanted to be that.
Back.
Thanks. Welcome back. Are you well, sir?
I'm well.
I mean, is the emergency, is it?
It subsided.
Very good. So then the other thing I really wanted to do, why things like building integrity and structural engineering and all of that other stuff. I wanted to build Southern California's. I didn't want to leave LA then. That was home. That was Mean Streets. The largest Gothic church on earth. The largest, biggest, baddest Gothic structural designed as a church. I don't know why. I had only been to synagogue. I hadn't been exposed to churchery. Yeah, I sure did. I wanted 100-foot tall ceilings and 70 feet tall stained glass windows and gargoyles like the world had never seen. And that little itchy scritchy in the back of the brain about engineering and structural engineering never went away. Applied forces. So let's see. Building integrity. Here's the channel. I wish I could see the guy's name. He was very busy for several years, especially 3 years ago when he first started. Started 4 years ago. I didn't get exposed to the building integrity channel. See how it used to be two guys? But then a condominium building Fell down in Miami, Florida, 3 years ago. 3.5 now, I believe. And this poor guy, he had such stage fright and nervousness. He used to say, just about every other word. And Elizabeth, it reminded me of a time when someone who had a severe bunch of, they called it a multitude of mini strokes coupled with some real strokes. Somebody I know. For, I don't know how long, when speech returned, someone I know of, hypothetically, fictionally, in a movie, the only word they could say is and they would say but their mind was telling them in their ear, the mind ear and their own real ears were telling them, they were saying, I need you guys to go outside and clean up the dog turd. Your dog's turd all over my yard. And what this fictional character guys around it would hear is So I did kind of giggle. Number one, back a few years ago, Miss Jen Psaki, I don't know how to say her name, the redhead lady that was the public relations lady for Joseph R. She says that much, and she doesn't have an excuse, and it really annoyed me. I never watched any of her press stuff, and I don't care. I don't know what she's got to say. Even if she had to say, Dean, if you're listening, Joseph R. Biden and myself want to give you $100 million. Because she would say, Dean, if you're listening, and then I think we let me check back in my pages in my book. Oh God, never mind. Send me a letter. But this poor guy, he said so much and like did a tongue click in his early videos 3 years ago. But it's okay because everything he says is so super smart and genius. I was like, wow, he is a teacher and he doesn't know it. He's so far ahead of everybody in structural engineering. You want to know about concrete and its failing and faulting points? Go see his early videos. Structural steel damage. Water intrusion, a discussion for condo owners. That was a whole year plus several months before the condo fell down. This dude is super genius. By the time he got to the part one and part two of the Davenport apartment building collapse, he had got used to it, had enough videos under his belt that the ums went away. Still a little bit too much tongue clicking or ticking, but it's okay. Super cool dude here dealing with an insurance company. That's part of the business that we're talking about today. The business, the business, urban renewal. So everybody go over, hunt down Building Integrity Channel. I wish I could remember the guy's name. I'm not going to dig his channel anymore. Like, subscribe, bell thingy, and politely and nicely, I've already left my comment. For some reason, a year ago, after making prolific videos, he just vanished. And there's not like a note or a community up there that says, got a big job, got to do something. It's just silence. So that nerd in North Carolina that thumbed all your videos sure wishes you'd come back and make more videos. Hope everything's okay. Yay, I found it. All right, where are we at? Stress hypotheticals. You missed the talking about and the link. Do you want the link, George?
About
In 2017, the guy that chopped his mammy's head off and walked down the street with the head and the knife.
not really.
Okay. Well, it'll be in the comment later after we're done. It's just one more of those hypotheticals. And that's probably about the time that, no, I started with Jennifer a lot earlier than that. We've been at it 9 or more years now. We've been doing this a while. But Jennifer had to hear it because she'd had to have my full class. And I don't care if it's cops or security guards, all security guards are cops without transportation authority. That was my thing, my patented trademark copyright. What are you gonna do? Everybody uses the when the elephant runs at you and the zombie and the blah blah blah. And I said, what I would always say since about 1986. What are you gonna do when somebody walks up holding the head that they just cut off and the weapon that they used to cut it off? One in one hand, the other in the other hand. How you gonna deal with that? Badgy-wadgy
Well,
person.
probably drop them right there.
Yeah, see, everybody has an answer like that, but if you haven't had some good training and classes and worked through these things in your mind, and it
Well, I
ended
didn't.
up.
In the brain, it says, tell them to stop. Put the knife down. Call the cops if you're not a cop.
No, this is for law enforcement and security. I didn't use it often on concealed carry
Well,
or home self-defense or women's defense training classes.
hopefully stand far enough back that if he does decide to charge at you, you can drop him. But tell him to stop. Put the knife in the head down. Get down on your knees. Go through the whole process. But if he just, if he doesn't, because he is a threat to himself and others, he's already committed a heinous crime, most likely. And the reason I'm saying most likely is because, he could be in shock and just picked up the weapon in the head.
You never know. But if they don't
That's what
respond immediately to some correct commands, and it's cop school stuff. I don't know if I should say it on YouTube.
well, I'm just saying, you
The
use your
bullets
words
go where
first.
your eyes are looking.
Yeah. Use your
Make sure you're
words
looking the
first.
bad guy right between his eyes. When you rip that gun out and get busy, don't shoot the noggin. They're already dead. Don't shoot
Well, I'm
between
saying,
the wrong eyes.
use your words first. If words fail, use your tools. And I think at that point, if they're that far out of it, there's a good chance the taser won't work.
Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. You know how you deal with a zombie, right? Everybody's seen the zombie movies. When the surreal gets unreal. Elizabeth said in the chat a while ago when I said I wanted to be a pirate. There is a great pirate group in San Francisco, if they survived COVID closures, that had removed their ship into, had remodeled, their ship into a pirate ship and had youth programs and school field trips. It was great. I
Yeah.
wanted to do that, at least go on the field trips, but COVID came along, yeah. And then she said my
You're,
grandfather built that church at All Saints and also the ballroom at Catalina Island. Stopping in the name of the law, an old family joke from my grandfather. Yep.
talking about pirate ships, there used to be a restaurant in Swansboro called Captain Charlie's. Well, the owner of the restaurant actually had built for himself a pirate ship. And one of the things they would do on the weekends to advertisement is they would run mock raids onto the ferry. Not a person, a flatboat that hauls cars. Um, and which was always intriguing. And then when I was about 10, we were doing a reenactment in Beaufort, North Carolina, and I got to ride on his ship to where we were doing the sea landing. As well as I've been on the there was a mock-up of Sir Francis Drake's ship, the Golden Hind. I went on that when it was in Wilmington and then again when it was in Charleston. And 78? No, it was later than that. Yeah, about 78, 79. We did the siege of Savannah. And I got to ride up the Savannah River on a 3-masted schooner / pirate ship to do the landing on the streets of Savannah. They are fun to be on. I recommend it for everybody, but not everybody's going to be able to do it. In fact, it used to be a cruise that you could sign on to and pay. It was expensive, and you paid to literally be part of the crew of one of these 16th, 17th, and 18th century ships.
Uh-oh. The telephono went off.
Oh no, not the telephono.
Be right
Saxophone.
back. Be right back.
Saxophone.
Phone again. I guess we'll do break time.
Okay.
Right back. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Man, I said that to a little southern boy once, and he didn't know what the heck an artichoke was.
Well, it's not a very popular food around here,
It's getting there.
and
It's getting there.
I consider artichokes problems, more problems than they're worth, and just not one of my favorite.
It is definitely an acquired or grew up on it thing.
Yep.
Like we've mentioned many other things, grits, collards. You southern people can have all that. Let us
And now
let us
here's the funny,
nasty Californian idiots have all the artichokes. I'm fine with that. It's a good trade.
yeah. Also, depending on where you are in the South, is what you put on your grits. Up around Virginia, Maryland, they put sugar on their grits. We used to. My favorite thing to put on grits is cheese.
Okay. Oh, there was something. There was something.
My grandmother Williams, who was born and raised in Kentucky, or I should say raised in Kentucky. We're not sure where she was born. All it said her uh, certificate of live birth said Louisville, Kentucky. We know she was born on the train somewhere between New York and Louisville, Kentucky. That's all we can know for a fact. Um, she would use grits like a lot of people use mashed potato for dinner,
Yep.
which I don't mind. And some people eat hominy grits, which is it's made from a particular type of corn.
That's all over the country. My good woman had never heard of hominy, even though they have giant restaurant style cans in the grocery store she used to go to twice a week.
Yep.
Because she hadn't grown up on it and whatever, she never experimented and stopped and looked at where are those giant cans. It has words on it that, oh, I don't eat that stuff. But I got a big giant can and brought it over so I could make some non-tripe menudo style stuff.
Yeah. I only know what hominy grits is because I was watching a farm living program, and they were talking about how to fix hominy grit. Where they got from? Oh, it comes from a hominy corn,
Yeah.
which is a closer to an Arkansas type thing.
Yeah, it's just dried corn. I
Well,
don't
it's a
know. I
particular
don't know what a hominy
species.
grits is.
It is grits made from hominy corn. What is corn? It's a coarsely ground corn.
Right. Yep. And it's really another one of those persnickety distinctions without a difference. The difference
Yeah.
between authentic original maize or maize and corn. That's the only difference. But dried corn and hominy are the exact same thing.
Well, it's a species of corn, like what
Yeah.
maize is a species of corn.
Yeah. Or versus vicers, or I don't know. And I don't, yeah. Wow.
I didn't know hominy was a
42
Mexican
bucks
thing.
for a can of hominy.
They can keep it.
Yeah, they sure as heck can.
Um, it's just like, potato pancakes, depending on where you are and what you're doing, is how they're made.
Mm. Latkes. Remember the name of the guy on the old TV show?
Yeah. I tried,
Latkes. Latkes.
like I said, I've tried avocados and guacamole. No, thank you.
A
Uh,
latke.
the
Is
leafy thing that looks like a pine cone that you were talking about earlier. Tried it, didn't like it.
you have to be
See,
taught
that's
how to eat it correctly and not get
well,
choked on the spiky parts in the middle. Those got to go in the dumpster.
yeah. I was shown how. I didn't try and just eat the whole thing. I mean, I've heard of people trying to eat shrimp without taking the shells off, and I'm like, okay, whatever.
Eating shrimp poop.
I
What's the big deal? It's just plankton. I don't care. My
well,
intestines are full of whatever I just ate, and it was really good to me. Are you going to eat what comes out my other end? Probably not. A latka
well,
Yiddish.
this is like I said, shrimp is the way you clean it. The same thing with crawdads. I've had those. I like them. It tastes a lot similar to shrimp.
That's crayfish for you Westerners. Out west, they're
Yeah,
called crayfish. Out east, they're called crawdads. They're freshwater lobsters that are tiny.
just like Rocky Mountain oysters. Don't eat. Do not. No, thank you. Slash testicles. I don't eat them. No, thank you.
Goat
Bull, pig,
balls.
whatever.
Goodness gracious, goat balls of fire.
I don't eat sheep's balls. I'll eat lamb. I'll eat mutton, but I'm not eating their visual optical nerve. No, thank you.
I finally broke down, and it's another thing. Maybe they have them out in Los Angeles. Maybe not. Maybe my mind erased it for me, thankfully. But moving to a small rural place in the South, another culture shock that on almost every place you went to, you can find in the diners, southern cafes, which they don't call them cafes much here, and diners have a breakfast plate called, and it's called this because it is, brains and eggs. Usually comes with grits and toast. And it is real world goat brains. I had never heard of such a thing. I thought it was a trick and a trap and a lie. Like if you order that, do the guys with the dark glasses and the wire in their ear come out of the back and disappear you?
Yep.
But one day I got convinced. Sure, give it a try. I said, make sure you cook it to death. They already knew. I don't eat meat unless it's just burnt. Crunchy's good.
That's that California in you. I like raw beef, not
No,
raw, but rare.
that's just a me thing.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. I found the further west you go, the more done they like their meat, their beef specifically.
Oh no. I don't know. Maybe so. Every
Well, I've known a
I
lot of
was
people from
always the
what.
one, and I got thrown out of the shishi places because they will not. You cannot go to the. Back then, it was $50 a plate. Right now, it's probably $5,000 a plate. Steakhouses,
Uh huh.
and you say well done, and they'd say bye bye. The
Well,
chef will not cook anything beyond mooing and bleeding. Who are you to come in here and think the customer knows anything? You pay us to teach you how to be cultured. God, I hate those people.
well, I mean, you talking about different foods. I mean, a lot of people don't realize there are different types of chicken. I don't mean as in species. I mean, you have what you call fryers, which are young chicken. You have roasting chickens, which are a little bit older. You have stewing chickens, which are your old birds that no longer lay anymore. And the only way you're going to eat their flesh is to boil it to death. just like, with lamb, you have lamb, and there's another term which I can't remember, and then mutton, and it deals with the age. Lamb is anything under a year, and then the next one, which is a year to 2 years, and mutton's any lamb or any sheep over 2 years. Difference between a cow and a steer and a bull. A cow is a female bovine, a bull is a male bovine, and a steer is a male bovine that has had his, when he was a little calf, had his testicles removed.
And a bovine, in case you happen across people who speak Latin and Latin derivative languages like Spanish and French and everything else, is a bovina.
Or moo.
Yep, they'll usually figure it out somewhere or another.
I've not eaten. I've eaten ostrich turkey, but in Europe, from my understanding, when they were having their mad cow scare for those years, you couldn't get a steak in Europe, but you couldn't get a beef steak, but you could get ostrich steak.
Right now, live on something Channel 7, ABC 7, local to Los Angeles. Officials provide latest information on Eaton fire. That's the Altadena one in the foothills. I understand from this morning that they force evacuated La Cañada and Flint Ridge and Sierra Madre and sections of Pasadena and all of Altadena. But I'm not clicking on anything because I don't want the ads to pop up and interrupt my thinking. I have to go back to the flat stuff. Any of you out there happening across this live and jonesing for updates? Lots of channels. Fox 11 is still on it. They have not given up a second. Their regularly programming or regularly scheduled programming has been rudely interrupted by that pesky little fire. And my eyes fell on FX, starring somebody that almost nobody's ever heard of. Co-starring, I believe, Brian Dennehy, that everybody's heard of. And why didn't they put his name on the cover? More people would have gone and seen it. 1986. I like it. And I think originally it had no, not FX, Fearless, FX, IMDb. It has a slash in it, which is not shown on the cover art on Coming from Orion. Yeah, Brian Dennehy. It just popped up on the home thing, free at YouTube. Go check it out. I loved it. A lot of superstars in it. Brian Brown. I can't remember. And he's probably been in lots of stuff. If you're seeing the screen, George, or when you see the screen. I don't think he's a from here actor. Maybe he is. I don't know. I seem to remember an accent, but I don't remember anything except FX. And I probably saw it
Oh,
once after it was in the theaters.
Brian Brown?
Yeah.
Brian Brown, he's from Australia.
Okay. I just remembered something like an accent.
Yes, he has an accent. In fact, I'm watching one of his newer TV shows right now.
Oh, good.
Out of Australia. So he's still kicking.
Yay. And making shows that apparently people like, because I really like FX. And I watched it again probably when I was working at the video store, throw it in the machine so there's something on the screen while you're working. Because it can get boring waiting around in a place.
Um,
And it's, but other than maybe two times since 1986 when it was brand new, and the first time I saw it was in the theater. I liked it. I remember. I think of it fondly. I understand there was maybe a sequel or something that I never paid any attention to, didn't bother. Is that what's her name? Nope.
In fact, the TV show he's doing it, you can watch it on Acorn. If you happen to be a subscriber, is called Darby and Joan.
More green screen computers. Imagine that in 1986. Better put that one in there. 02, 49, FX, 3, oh, FX, 1986. Free with ads at YouTube.
Did you happen to catch the news media of Trump going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America,
I
which I
saw
find funny?
there's a place, I don't even know if it really is something from the real Forbes or somebody that bogarted a name. Forbes breaking news, Trump.
I just find the fact that he said it funny. I mean, you can call it the Gulf of whatever, Gulf of Florida.
I'm sure it was in this one long hour, 10 minutes yesterday. Oh no, this says 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
There was another one. Hang on. Breaking news, Forbes breaking news. I don't know who they are. I don't know how many followers, subscribers. They got enough that they got a check mark. Their videos get a lot of views. They
Oh, yeah. Forbes?
upload, yeah. No, Forbes
For,
breaking news.
yeah. You don't know who Forbes is?
I know who Forbes is. I just don't know if this YouTube channel is directly related to Forbes
The
or not.
newspaper
Yeah, well, once upon a time, yes. The news service, the media service.
or magazine service now?
And financial services, Forbes is like Bloomberg.
Or it also it's also like the Wall Street Journal, not the Wall Street Journal, but the
Mm.
yeah, Wall Street Journal. It's a lot like the Wall Street. All it is financial news, original,
Right. And
and stock markets and
Forbes
stuff.
Official, the old magazine, is where they get their list of the U.S. and the world's richest people. Always comes from Forbes. If someone says, "Oh, that's the richest man on earth," like right now it's Elon Musk. That's only as declared by Forbes. Nobody else has any other standard.
For a while, it was a Mexican guy who specialized in
Cell phones.
cell phones and phone cards.
Yeah. Communications. And the other C word, cartels. I mean, communications. I sneezed.
Well,
Bless me.
they communicate one way or another.
Yeah, something like that. Cocaine. I mean, cola. Originally made with cocaine. True story. Go look it up yourself. But yeah, these Forbes
But
breaking
that
news.
doesn't.
I don't care enough to investigate it. Whatever this channel is, they don't edit it. They don't cut. They don't interrupt. I loved them.
Well, I just find it a funny idea to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, because it's almost redundant. Because I'm sure there's more than one Gulf in North America, and then there's South America. And I'm sure there's a couple, maybe a Gulf or two down there.
I wonder if Melania's nice. She has a very lovely black coat. outfit with giant, since we're yakking about the 60s and 70s, that the color, if that's Melania, former
That is.
First Lady Melania Trump. Forever First Lady. Hello.
She's looking tired.
Yeah, she has to live with him.
Well, yeah.
If she didn't like it, she'd leave.
And she has an 18-year-old son.
But anyway, and maybe that's just her resting, the kids these days say,
Well,
resting bitch face.
no, I think she's tired because she's been having to put up with a lot of stuff in the past couple of years, and after a while, all that drama is going to take a toll.
Still pissed off about. Can't wait till Donald gets back in there and they dig up the records and find out who stole all her panties.
Sorry, but that's hilarious.
Oh man. That's another thing that probably got me fired from Facebook. I said, panty, did you read about the panty raid at Mar-a-Lago? Where'd they get the photos of all those boxes of stuff? Joe Biden's garage? Because I know all them guys went in there and stole her undies. Except for the one foot fetish guy. He stole all her socks. Poor
Which is a good
Melania
one because
couldn't
I
get
don't
dressed next week.
overnight me some underwear, please. There are weird people out there. That's all I gotta say. There are some
I still think
people that definitely
maybe I should
mark
just
to a different
write a
program.
letter. Write a letter. Find a letter. I understand part of why she's crabby. This is all his little boy stuff. And she's a model, owns her own many lines of stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, she was a very successful. The other two were, mail order brides from Europe, formerly Soviet places. Melania is a very successful person.
In her own right.
I still think, and I guess I'll have to write the letter. Write a letter to that useless turd, Mike, what's his name? Our current Speaker of the House.
Uh-huh.
I can't write it to Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Booberg, whatever her name is. Boobert rhymes with Cubert, the video game. The hoe
Uh-huh.
from the Beetlejuice things. Because they're so jealous of Melania that they wouldn't communicate anything to her benefit. I really think it's time for our Congress to say, if Melania doesn't want to be a damn housewife and divest herself of all her individuality and perfection that is in her own right,
Yeah.
to hang out with her stupid boy husband at the White House and do stupid boy husband tricks for the White House.
Well,
Especially after we've had, why do we still do this first person thing that they're not anything but the trophy of the possession, Messieurs Trump's property.
it's just
And
like
go
when they
stand
were
around and cut ribbons and do gardening crap, Melania Trump. Man, we should push push through
every
Congress a bill that says, should Melania choose not to take the money, but we
right.
must make her the offer that if she's going to go do this and play this role, we need to compensate her for her time.
Oh, the first ladies are compensated. They make money.
No, they don't.
Uh the thing that I find hilarious is when they were picking on the way she redid the rose garden. And I'm like,
They,
every first lady since the White House was found did something new or redid the rose garden. That was their one of their few things. Or they picked on her for her very tasteful decoration of the White House for Christmas. though she had help. She had a staff to actually put the decorations up. She helped choose what was going to go up. And then you compare it to the Biden dance through decoration. I'm like, weird. Uh, not like the actress. Weird. I mean, it was just strange. Is
First ladies get
the
nothing, and they are expected in exchange for getting to live in the White House to do certain things. Ceremonial crap. And I don't care if the rest of them want to give it up. If she wants to give it up, let her give it up in writing and be the first. Aren't we supposed to be equality people? Women's rights people? I know
yeah, and
Trump's
it
not supposed to be anymore because Dash R and the Christians, and all that stuff. Keep the
which
women
is horseshit.
oppressed, but what the hell was wrong with Joe Biden?
Yeah, this
Kamala,
bull hockey.
Kamala Harris never pushed for
You
it.
said something, and I'm gonna call it bull hockey.
What's that?
This bull hockey about Southern men or Christians keeping their women oppressed
No, I
is
was I don't believe that at all. I have seen in every
even in my
I was
grandmother's
being
day.
smarmy.
Yeah, in my grandmother's day, both my grandmothers were put up on pedestals by my grandfather. Yes, they had probably had the last say in certain matters, but at the same time, they took what their wives wanted in consideration, and generally the wives are the ones that rule the house. That's tradition going way back, you know. Only the upper snooty snoots can afford to have trophy wives. The rest of us have partners, and that's going down through the millennium. It's just if the because women and men have worked in the field side by side for centuries. The one thing that the men couldn't help with because they didn't have a clue what was going on is giving birth. And even then, if they could help, they helped. It's just, it seems like it's the media that wants to divide us, whether it's divide us in the house or divide us in our country. They're the ones that are causing the rifts. And a lot of times it's where rifts there aren't any. Like in a natural disaster, if you have a boat and you're out rescuing people, you don't rescue only white people, you rescue people in need. You don't look at their color, "Oh, I'm gonna pass that house." No, you don't do that. I've never heard of that being done. Just like there's no atheists in the foxhole, I don't think there are racists in the foxhole. Could you start off racist? That's possible. Very possible. But once you got having to depend on that other person to cover your back, that racism goes out the window because you can't afford to be racist. It just I have experienced more racism in the past 4 years than I have my entire life. And I was born and raised in the South.
I mean, COVID made it worse.
Yeah, government made it worse. I mean, my buddy Alexis, uh, he would stay at my house. I would stay at his house. We didn't care what each other was. He was my buddy, my friend. I didn't care if he was black, and he didn't care if I was white. His he was being raised by his sister because his mother died, and she didn't care as long as we were nice to each other and behaved ourselves in the house. It was a non-issue. In fact, one of the time, my dad took a look at my junior high wrestling team picture. He says it looks like a meeting of the UN. We had blacks, whites, Hawaiians, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and they were just friends. Now, I
I
might
don't
be
remember where
interested.
she went, but where it was, I got it up on the screen. Everybody ragging on Melania Trump because she went somewhere. Some first lady poop, and she wore that "I really don't care, do you" jacket.
Yeah.
I wish she was what I was thinking when I saw that beautiful black dress with the big giant 1960s, 70s crazy collar on
Stop.
it. My mind said to me, I sure hope it says, "I don't care to you" on the back of it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Everybody's
Well,
so
it's just
mad at Melania all the time.
it's just like this culture appropriation. Everybody appropriates certain things out of everybody else's culture because they like it.
I steal
It's more
mine
of
from
an
the movie culture and the music culture, so there.
uh I mean, and one thing develops from another. There is no such thing as a culture appropriation unless you're put the only is if you're putting something on just to impress someone of another culture. Okay, that might be a culture appropriation, like what the Congress did with the Ashikis and then took a knee. Every single one of them should have been voted out, but they're all come from Democratic or Democrat, not Democratic, but Democrat run areas.
Yes. How do you get them out when the only way to get them out is to ask the people that voted them in to vote them back out? Well, that ain't gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I know
What's wrong with this picture?
because they're no, we don't have we don't have a lot of independent thinkers in the world. If we
Right.
had independent thinkers uh in this world, we'd probably have a few more independent or non-party affiliated people in office. Just say you're going to ruin our democracy. Well, we only have a democracy on state and local levels. We don't have it on the federal level. We are a representative republic, people. Go back and take a 3rd and 4th grade civics class again.
And
You
it's
must
not
have
even
failed.
that. It's
You must have.
Republican in nature. Yep. One day we're gonna get into these founding documents.
Well, it's just like the one reason the founding fathers went with a representative republic is because every democracy, and there's been many in the world in history, have failed. They didn't last. They were trying to build something that could adjust and last.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It goes back to my way back in the early 80s. My discussions about in the city or county of Los Angeles, never mind the whole freaking state or all the combination of the several states mushed up into a union. Why didn't we divide the thing up into electoral districts?
And I said that same thing about North Carolina. We have 100 counties, so we should have 100 electoral college type votes for governor.
Right. I concur, sir. And it doesn't matter because here, I don't know why they keep saying this. Because the Republicans keep cheating and gerrymandering the maps. Well, then how have you had Democrat governors for the past 24 out of 30 years?
Keep going. Keep going back. For the past 200 plus years, North Carolina has had mostly Democrat governors
Even
and
when in the
only
last two terms of governor with Roy Cooper, we had super veto-proof majority of our legislator
And
of
they still didn't.
Republicans
Yeah, and they
and
still didn't do anything.
a Democrat governor.
Yep. But here's an oddball thing is in this state, other than during Reconstruction, which was the exception to the rule, Republican governors only last one term. That's it. Because what a lot of people don't want to acknowledge is the voting base that vote the governor into office come out of Mecklenburg County, um, RDU, which is Durham County and Wake County, and Guilford County. Boop, there you go. 4 counties determine the governor, regardless of the way the rest of the state votes. Though Cumberland County is quickly becoming a 5th county. So if we did one county, one vote for governor, and you must have a 51% majority, it would make the gubernatorial race a lot more interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I'm just saying it'd make it more interesting. And while they were governor, they would be a little bit more careful of what they pass and what they don't pass, or sign and don't sign. And then we've had one governor that was so bad at her job that even her own party would not back her for a second term. That was Governor Perdue.
Yeah.
That's when they decided, she's the one that decided, well, I need 2 offices, one in Raleigh and one in Charlotte, and the taxpayers need to pay for both. No, we don't. And no, you don't. You wanted to run for governor? The capital's in Raleigh. Move thy butt.
All right, let's
And
jump in it. Let's jump into
okay,
a fire.
which fire are we jumping into this?
The land grabber stuff, and they purposely set the fires and the conspiracy nonsense.
Okay.
And this is the business school stuff of today. The life of business people, and you gotta be moneyed or papered for that. They don't care about your pedigree in America. It's your how many greenbacks do you have? Good to go. Failure to plan on your part does not mean they failed to plan on their part. B school or business school. Urban renewal. Fire, catastrophe, earthquake. It all gets tossed under because this is how we do. We have to put these things in little tight concepts that we can quickly understand. Is it a by design land grab? Question mark. Sure. Defined by design. It's never, ever on if a bad thing happens. It's a when a bad thing happens. Even though they may have lost the lore because their great granddaddies that had better ideas about this stuff were, of course, unseated and rejected and tossed away and locked up in old folk homes by their youths that they spoiled. And, man, people older than me don't know nothing. I know everything. Mentality of especially the people. Very disrespectful of their history and their elders. that inherited the world. Warren Buffett calls it dynastic wealth. Like RFK and Donald Trump Jr. And you can't expect them, the silver spoon people, to understand these things. What Donald Trump would understand, and I made jokes earlier, I haven't seen it or heard it yet, but it's coming, that Trump and his family have always been, especially in the urban areas of New York, tall building and land developers. And I know everybody's panicking right now, and it's hashtag too soon, but this is how it always goes because I've already been seen some of the videos on the tube, seen other headlines, and hit up in 2 text messages about the CIA alien space invaders and the bankers, the Jekyll Island bankers that have been dead for 155 years. And no, it's not the ueue, stupid Nazis. Get over it. It just is what it is. It's organic. See the whole discussion earlier about fires are going to happen one way or the other through forests when men intervene. Why are those forests so bad and so burnable and so everything else? I didn't look it up. I'm not going to look it up. Someone else go look it up and hit me up with it. I'm talking about the man-made stuff now. The Mother Earth stuff. The number one problem, like I said about the fire NATO I experienced in 92 coming out of Washington into Oregon, is that those are not the original trees that were there. They are rough, well-intended goody two-shoes, scatter-planted pines. Pines are the worst thing you can have near fire. All the don't burn so hot, so good, full of all that good piney oil trees that ever existed all over the Angeles National Forest, including down the foothills into Eden Canyon and into Altadena and then all the rest, were not pines. There wasn't shrub brush there. After the logging got done, and how could they know? I don't know. They did what they could. Their good intentions paved the road to today's hell. My mother went to school with a lot of these people. They said, all the trees are gone. We must do something. Remember, plant a tree? They might still be out there. I don't remember. Plant a tree, California. To plant a tree, you can dig a hole or choose a tree. No, you can't. You gotta go get a permit. At the time I left California, there was a group all around there. Here it is. It's Plant-A-Tree Program. It was established by the U.S. Forest Service in 1983. You can have trees planted on specific national forests. The only kind of trees they would put up were pines. That's it. Pines were not what were removed. Some were. But especially before they protected them, where they took out the big pine-like evergreens in the sequoias and all those others. That's a whole different type of wood and a whole different type of foliage on the wood. Replacing that with a pine that seems like a spontaneous combusting super igniter of a tree. Well, your good intentions in 1983 paved the road to 2025's hell. It happens. I'm not knocking you in 1983. You meant well. You did something. Because what they really had to do was stop the land and mudslides. Go study that in California in the Angeles National Forest and Malibu and everything else. These are all trade-offs. Men, people, not dudes with tallywhackers. Humans. Taken away and not living naturally. See, earlier George mentioned, man, if you guys were still out there living in mud, your houses would have hardened. Everything would have been better. True. It just is what it is. All right, so that's all the trees and the shrubs nature. And I put up in the description a note. Coincidence, correlation, causation, dash Q, question marks. Used to be, it wasn't always consolidated. Because of people's inability to think long, America has become very seriously, and I don't know when it started. Before my time, we had all the hippies in my parents' generation that, the live for now people. Tomorrow ain't coming.
Well, if you look at the way that your parents and my parents, which were technically probably 2 different generations,
Well, they're the
dealt
same.
with, uh, it was a live for now. I mean, you had one war after, had World War II, World War One, Korea, Vietnam, along with the threat of nuclear holocaust. Live for
Vietnam,
now because tomorrow might not get here.
and my grandmother had a better grasp and concept of it. Not the psychological stuff, the sociological or the mass psychology. Why were the hippies and protesting the war? And why did everybody, especially the former hippies while they were in school, get a who gives a, what did Melania's shirt say? I don't give a damn. Do you? And Live for Now is a whole thing. And I think it was Bob Dylan or somebody said, what, I can't remember the phrase. Let me look it up. Tune in, tune out, check in, smoke a rope, tune out, check in, Dylan quote. Go out of tune. I mean, it might not have been Bob Dylan. Some famous musician back then in the 60s or 70s or something said a famous saying. Maybe it wasn't a musician, maybe it was a politician or an actor. Tune out. Musician quote. Or maybe it was check out and tune in. I don't know. But by the time I came along, they were all talking about Live for Now. That was like every punk rock band had a Live for Now. So, and everybody's attitude was the old people screwed it up primarily with the whole Vietnam mess, the division of the classes, that the Donald Trumps of this world, the rich guys, and all the rest of them, double the rich and connected guys got to sit home and screw all the sisters of the guys who got to go over and get killed for real or worse, be made into the Walking Dead in Vietnam, comma, People's Republic of. The I don't give a F attitude came from what are we living for? They stole away
Now,
the hope of millions. And then when all the college kids that survived, mainly women who had burned their bras, and I'm talking about in the giant metropolitans like Los Angeles, why'd they become lesbos? Because there weren't no men left. The men were useless deer hunters. Go see that movie. PTSD to Vietnam trashed dudes. or guys that had to flee to Mexico or Canada so they wouldn't go overseas and get soul destroyed. And they all became what we call the yuppies, which was still a live for today. Greed
Yep.
is Good came out in that book and then movie with Michael Douglas, 1986. I can't remember the name of it. You know, the stockbroker, steal all the money guy.
Yep.
Greed is good. That was the motto of the movie. That's how all of LA was. The Michael J. Fox show that I mentioned previously, Art
Now
Life, because that was the neocon Republicans. Remember, Michael J. Fox's character was the neocon Republican, and the sister were, and the mother were the kind of libocrats, and they all
there
lived under the same roof.
is a good that came out of California in the 70s. I think it came out of Northern California, which was Mother Earth News, which was about keeping things for tomorrow and how to live today and leave as little what they now call carbon footprint as possible
Yeah,
and reusable sources. I used to get the Mother Earth News because it's a very good read. And all it was is them talking about how you can take old technology from the 1800s and bring it into a modern living style.
and it's the
You know,
long tail ends, and people who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And worse,
yeah.
people that absolutely ignore it. Like everybody's saying, somehow the mayor of Los Angeles, and I understand, if she didn't want the hate, she shouldn't have took the job. And I'll repeat again, don't anybody out there ever, in all of the spirited multiverses, think that I'm saying that I'm giving you permission to do anything stupid at or near or around the mayor of Los Angeles. Write yourself a letter and stick it in the mail and say B words to her. Be careful. The LAPD's secret divisions are a lot more dangerous than the kooky federals. Promise you.
And if you're going to do something to a mayor, vote him out. That's what you do. You vote him out. You run against them. And then you can be the one that people are hating.
So when I say it's like a big event like this, I've seen to me, for the destruction and damage and the fragmentation, the Whittier quake and the Northridge earthquake were far worse than this fire. This fire ain't done yet,
I'm sure it's not.
but just what I saw from Altadena, and it's been many hours now, and particularly right near, it's a very small geographical region. And of course, the newspaper people, that's how old I am. The streaming live, very lovely Barbie dolls on the news stations out of Los Angeles. Even the pregnant ones are too skinny. Would you please, people, eat something?
Well, we've
But
gone from one
they,
extreme to a happy medium back to another extreme. People forget back in the 60s, super anorexic skinny was in. You remember the model
Twiggy,
Twiggy.
yep,
And then we went to a healthy body in the 80s.
sort of. But
Well, I
that by
mean,
the 80s, what we had was all
was
the hippies that became yuppies that now they just use cocaine to, you can eat what you
I was
want, bulimic it out, and sniff some lines to stay up all night and work.
I was referring to the yoga and the
Yes.
workout videos and stuff like that where they had healthy well, I won't say full figure, but a good decent healthy figured men and women. And now we're going back to, I hate to use this term because I hate soy boy and Twiggy type. And we
Yeah.
all know that
We call
one of
them
the things,
hipsters these days, the guys that you can't really tell. till they turn around
Well,
and show you their battle beard.
well, I was more referring to the top knot, uh, wannabe Japanese style hairdos with the beards and the hemp clothing and
Yeah, that's
any.
exactly what I'm talking about. Let's pull up the images. Skinny jeans, especially the plus size skinny jeans. Love it.
Or what
Yeah,
we used to
here's
call
this
spray on
dude.
rayon, spray on rayon.
Yep, here's the guy you just mentioned. He's got the little rubber band on top with shaved sides. Scraggle beard. Can't be a groomed, trimmed beard. Loose fitting shirt to cover up the mandatory pot belly. And skinny jeans. Somewhere below the waist is skinny jeans.
And the top knot.
Oh, yeah. The guy I showed. It's the very first guy with his hair out under the Google Images search for hipster. He's got his checkerboard flannel shirt on, his deep dark sunglasses, Ray-Bans only, and his goofy. You can't use like a hair designed for the girls hair thing. You got to put a real rubber band in your hair that tangles up in your hair and wrecks your hair. Probably have to cut it out of there.
If you don't want hair on your back of your neck and your ears, get a haircut. See, I don't mind guys in ponytails because generally when they're doing it, they're getting ready to do some work and they're just want it out of their way. When they're not working, it's long, but the top knot, one, it's stupid looking.
So let's see. Oh, tangent led to,
Oh, can't forget
of
the
course,
tattooed arms. Can't forget the
hip.
extreme tattooed arms all the way up to their shoulder.
Yeah, the full sleeve, all covered with "I am a cook. I am I'm a girl man." I mean,
Tribal this and tribal that.
I don't even know what to
You
say.
even know where all that stuff comes from?
Nope.
I mean,
But they had to do it in Harvard Business School. Yeah, all that. The skinny jeans
or
crew. And this has gone over and over. Yep, all that. Back to the business school. Is this by design? Well, that depends whether you say Gaia or Mother Nature or the G-D word. Is there a plan? Is there a lesson? But there are still a few, and the wealth has consolidated. There are fewer people controlling more currency in America than there has ever been in the history of America. And thanks to everybody else's stupidity and lack of knowledge of anything, and especially wisdom. Everybody else's utter and total lack of wisdom, which is knowledge plus experience and the ability to apply knowledge to the real world. When Enron and WorldCom imploded, and then we had what we call September 11th, followed immediately by what they take all three of those major events and turn into a minor, medium. It was a pretty big recession or contraction of the markets in 01, 02 that most people refer to as the dot-com bubble burst. And did you own shares in pets.com? Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, pets.com, if you're back to work. It was a famous thing back in 02, 03. There was a huge, and we talked about it yesterday and before, this is a recurrent theme in world history, not just American history. Go listen to yesterday's. I cannot do it justice. And she said, no, I'm not getting on there. Not yet. My beautiful missus and her long explanation of certain tales out of the Bible, and it had finally dawned on her yesterday, like what I was always talking about. It's like she realized that is the only, not the right person, the only person at a certain place at an exact point in time that coulda, woulda, shoulda been there, and how things worked out is that if you took one thing away from it, it wouldn't have worked out, and history would be very different, wouldn't it? So is it by design? Is it a plan? I don't know. But what I know is, out of the rubble of a destroyed American economy, Warren Buffett and his partner passed away in the last 2 years, Charles something, through their purchases of self-destructed businesses that are run by idiots who live for now. These CEOs that we all rely on so much, they're not in this for the stakeholders and the stockholders and the shareholders. That's a lie. Everybody that throws their money, especially debt-funded money, into those black holes of death, tells themselves that somehow this is like the three guys from Jekyll Island, Mr. Morgan, the other big bank name, and the original U.S. Treasury Secretary Morgenthau or something that had his name on all the printed currency until the 1960s. That there's like actually somebody in control. No, it's a bunch of lunatics that think they're in charge of asylums, but they don't care because they're only in it for them, and they're not smart enough to be in it long. They're what I call penny wise, not to credit them in any way to the name of the clown in Stephen King's fabulous book, It. They're penny wise and dollar stupid. All they care about is getting a whole bunch of money for themselves right now, even if they have to steal it. And then maybe if that bursts your bubble, well, go stand there and look at that rubble in your neighborhood in Los Angeles and mark these words. When Warren Buffett bought a plane or put a net under a giant American financial thing to save America from depression, Charles Munger, that's the guy's name. They called him Charlie, but his name is Charles Munger. No one else had the power, the money, the leverage, the whatever it takes. That it's called General Re, Gen-RE, the General Reinsurance Company. I think it's out of New York. General Reinsurance. Gen Re. A type General reinsurance is a type of insurance that provides reinsurance products and services to other insurance companies. They're a derivative finance superstructure. This is money and numbers beyond modern computers' ability to compute. This is where you got to go to a true wizard like Warren Buffett and say, "Can you save it? And tell us what's in it." Gen Re. Genre, it spells out. Do you like wordplay? Has 2,000 associates in 22 countries and 37 offices. You know who owns it now that his partner has passed? Warren Buffett. Go study his letters. He puts out an annual letter, and go study the SEC filings of the public versions of these companies, including, I can't even think of the name. It doesn't matter what the name. Berkshire Hathaway. The big one. What General Re does is provides insurance to insurance companies so that they don't dive into a deep black hole of death and not be able to pay anything to anybody, because none of them are managed well. And you would think, man, why doesn't my insurance company pay my claims? Because they ain't got no money. Their executives stole it all. What was left over after all the employees that the executives think they're executing against or managing stole everything they could get. Yeah, but they have an assets sheet. It's all good. What happens, because this is an organic process, the land will burn. California will shake. Something is going to happen and put big swaths of large quantity of humans, because they pack themselves in to the rat race and the sardine can that is Los Angeles. If nobody else, Warren Buffett is out there ready through his many companies and it's called hedging, but what it is diversifying the portfolio and maintaining super wealth for events that are eventually going to happen. Do you have a plan that includes a checklist? Yes, like you own yourself the genre, the Gen RE, General Reinsurance. So what's going to happen, and I'm just going to stick to, I'm sorry, George and Elizabeth, if I'm boring you with my B school talk. This is real world. I wish I was anything, because I'd be right there right now somewhere trying to get a hold of some way to, you know what, you can pay me to manage it and do all this and do all that, and I'll go hire architects and I'll go find the daggone dude out of Florida who made those videos. And sure, we'll have to pay him $10 million, but wait till you see what the ROI, what the return on investment is. What's going to happen out in, we're just going to stick to Pacific. No, it's not Pacific. It's just Palisades area of Los Angeles. Palisades area of LA. There's a big chunk of burnt flat. I didn't have time this morning. Again, my missus got into me and I stop. I listen. She gives me a lot of good ideas that I don't know if I wrote any notes this morning. She gave me the questions. I wrote those down and wrote my answers. Thinking for the thumbnail, no. There was other discussions. I always have to credit. One day she's going to get on here and say, bashfully and twisting her toe in the rug, I'm not all that. He makes too much about me. It's probably. That's what dudes do to their women's. If good guys. There's things you got to know. Whether you just live there or you came across this information somewhere. In the Palisades area of LA, I counted on my little fingers looking at some video as the video was playing. Approximately 10 city blocks squared are flat. Each block contains 5 or 6 houses on each side of the street. So in total on a city block, they contain 12 to 15, because on the side roads you get a couple more houses smashed in there. They're teeny little houses with no land. So we're going to go highball and say they're fair. So we'll say them houses per square block. So 10 houses. We're not put it away. It's more stuff that I didn't pre-script it. Wife asked me questions. I answered questions. She was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Working on something for tonight's living, doing math in my head and on my fingers and toes." 10 houses per block. Let's say every one of them is a rental. If you don't believe me, then go study real estate in the big city. And they rent at the rates when I left there 30 plus years ago. A single family dwelling house like got cooked thousands or 1,000 plus in this one 10 city block area. When I left there, they were renting for over $3,500 a month. I don't know what, but we're going to use my old people math. And every bit of open government and internets, I could go look up and address by address, find the absolute tax and insurance value and last sale value of every one of those houses. I know, I could do it. I'm not going to. I'm just going to do math in a hypothetical way on planet Los Angeles Palisades in my fictional story. Rent equals $signs 3,500 / month at 10 houses equals, add a zero, 35000 per month to the landlord, the landowner who has to pay mortgages and property owner, but not rental, no contents insurance. That's for the renters to pay their own daggone insurance on their contents. People who professionally own rental buildings only have to insure the structure, not the contents. So, in my theoretical here, in the 10 city blocks, each one block is producing $35,000 a month. I know, rural, especially around here, southern people, this is 30 years ago rates. I have friends and family still out there. It's probably more like $9,500 a month right now to rent one of those houses or more. This is one block, a city block in Los Angeles. Go look at the overhead maps, people. You will see it is one of the last states admitted. And when the Spaniards didn't try to make it into something it's not. The Spaniards were very old fashioned and they bailed the hell out when they ran out of silver. That's how the white man got to go there. Go study it yourself. The gold rush built San Francisco, California, turned California into a state, everything else.
The gold rush built San Francisco, but the fishing industry, the whaling industry, the seal industry,
all of it, import export, the ports of Los Angeles and San Diego and Long Beach, other than one super giant naval base, all those ports are commercial. That's import export.
not to mention with our trains the way they are, once they got the intercontinental trains going, things from the Orient / Hawaii and the Pacific Islands, like bananas and pineapple. And I mean, people don't realize, but some of the largest beef ranches in the United States are in Hawaii. And they got started by someone having the bright idea of bringing Texas cattle to Hawaii so that ships could buy fresh beef when they were going from, like, say, San Diego or South America or elsewhere to uh, Australia and Japan. They had a way of buying beef for their ships, but it became something totally different.
Yep. 300 times 300, 90,000. It's 90,000 square feet. Equals 90,000 square feet per city block. And now you got to minus away the sidewalks and all this other. I don't care about that. Now we're back into fiction land. And coincidentally, just the other day, the link is down in the description to Destiny's channel. That fine young man, high IQ, high order, he was explaining to someone else that people his age and younger, everybody's squawking about this modern time that, the young people don't have an American dream. They don't think they'll ever own anything. And he said, I'm 35 years old and I don't want to own anything. I like renting an apartment and I don't have problems. The only problem I have is getting a hold of the maintenance crew and the owner manager when things aren't working like they're supposed to. And having grown up in the city, that's how renters are. People don't want to own stuff. They just want to pay rent and not worry about anything. The problem is that Los
We
Angeles
don't own
spent,
anything in the first place. It all belongs to the government.
yeah,
That's the reason we pay property tax.
the problem in big, giant metropolitan cities, large cities, what I don't know what you call them, megalopolis cities like Los Angeles, is that they started out as suburbans. The city center was the city center, and all those perfect 10 homes on every city block, and they're 10 identical homes. Go see tract housing everywhere else in the country, and go see the show Weeds. It's a very funny comedy show, and I think it has Will Ferrell in it, who I don't like, but man, is it funny. And their theme song that came from coming through the 50s, 60s, and 70s as this all turned into everybody living in their perfect little cottage with the tiny little yard in front, a fleck of grass, and 2 rose plants. In the giant cities and what they would call new fancified housing subdivisions, go look at the movie Poltergeist 1982 and discover that they're little boxes, and they all look the same. Was to smash the low to middle or middle class people all together so that they were close by and convenient on perfectly straight streets to their factory work in Los Angeles. And then they found out they could get that stuff done cheaper elsewhere and imported at the ports, and LA became more of a service based industry place full of lawyers, the lawyer services. And as the factories went away and the gigantic brick structure in downtown known as the Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles, many of those, mostly white, because that's how it worked back then, middle class or working class. There wasn't that much class distinction in the 1950s and 60s. And then they turned it all over, and what was nice little cottage suburban villages with single family dwellings per block became Watts, Compton, Hollywood area. And all those white people were moving away, and here goes the neighborhood. We're going to rent it to the black families. Go look it up yourself. It's the history of Los Angeles. The main problem is that the people that owned, or eventually some of there, and go stop listening to her bad words and listen to the right things she says, what kept her elected for the last 700 years. Maxine Waters, that horrifying other vampire from California. She has always been the winning election since probably before I was born. That lady's been around so long. Same with Pelosi and Rip Feinstein. Because the dumped inner city, now what used to be suburbia, became what they just called urban. The suburbs moved out into Eaton Canyon and Altadena. And now they just left all those old houses over there for let the black people have them. Eventually sell it to them. And now they've tried to gentrify it and redo it and turn it into, cottage communities and all this other. But then you got to go back to all the 35-year-olds and younger. And this is where I say, is there a dot plan? Is there a plan? Yes. Somewhere there is somebody like Warren Buffett who owns the reinsurance company who says, in dollars and cents, if each one of these little 10 houses houses a single family or a single rentor, then those square feet are worth $35,000 per month. And that's just on the rents or mortgage collections or whatever you do. But don't forget, he owns the insurance companies. He also gets to collect insurance premiums on it. This is the super, I can't think at that scale. And each one of those houses, if you take 90,000 square feet, and none of these houses are this big. They all have concrete driveways and an attached garage. Some of those houses are 900 livable square feet or less. So when you're all done with that, let's say you get 2,000 square feet per monthly renter. Renter? Yeah, that. All right. So that's how things exist now. Draw me a line. Draw me a line. Let's say after paying off a whole bunch of insurance payoffs, and these people ain't smart enough to be paid off and debt free. They all have equity loans and everything else, and they won't sell them gap insurance. They might just have to turn this over to a bank that they own the majority shareholders in. The main thing is that what comes out of this fire is consolidation of titles instead of 10 individual titles per square block. Somebody's going to join, is what they call join the titles. They're now going to own them. Never mind the hundreds of blocks that just got cooked and are still on fire right now. This is all in motion now, I promise you. And I'm just not smart enough or connected enough to be like, hey, George, we got to go do security in Los Angeles. We're going to be rich. I need you to check a lot of reports, sir. But you can stay home because you know how that works on the computer. So if we say minus sidewalks and everything else, when this is all done on one city block, you're going to get 80,000 unadulterated square feet per story of a 5-story building. I thought there was an E in it. Nope. I was wrong. I thought we designated a difference. I guess I should put floor. Ha! Donald Trump said floor. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thanks for the word. Per floor of a 5-floor apartment building equals 400,000 square feet. And they won't build it 5 stories or floors. It'll get 10 or 20. At 2,000 per renter. At now, instead of 3,500, they're gonna get, back in the good old days, they're gonna charge them 4,000. They only went up 500. That's it. Cover the cost of building the new high rise. All those costs are already covered. And now $4,000/month equals 400 at 2,000 per renter. 400 divided by 2 is 100, is it not? No, it's 200. At 200 renters equals dollars 800. Or is that 8 million? 4,000 times 200. 800,000 per month per city block. Where now they're getting 35,000. Next year, when they've built a 5-story building, they're going to be getting 800,000 per month, having only gone up $500 a month per renter. And they have infinity of young 35-year-old and younger people like that Destiny guy who could afford to pay $100 million to buy the whole block himself and do all kinds of stuff with it. He doesn't want to. He makes millions and millions and millions of dollars now, and he rents an apartment. He doesn't want to own anything. He doesn't want to be responsible for it and have to deal with it. He likes to call somebody. And they say certain people on that side or whatever side it is that's being all loud and proud. See, please Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and Eric and Laura. And oh my gosh, Angel, Ivanka, help me, help you, help your dad make big money on Big Wampum in my home state. There's all this other stuff, ask Donald Trump. How do you build the building? You put the Trump name on it and somebody else is going to give you money. And then you show them this little calculation sheet made pretty by professional pretty sheet makers that I just did. Say, holy cow. That's a lot of money per square foot. You got to
Not
build
to mention, if
up.
you really want to go an extra mile, take the space of one building, one house right now, and then you're not going to build a house on that. It's still going to be apartment building like you were talking about, but build a 2-story grocery store.
Well, no, I didn't get that far. I'm talking about the residentials.
Yeah, I'm talking about in the residential area, so that
Remember, I just did one block where there
that's what
are
I'm saying.
hundreds of blocks gone. This is on one block.
Per block, turn that one block into
the
apartment
200
complex.
renters have to have nearby?
Well, I'm just saying, turn that one block into a high rise.
Yep.
So that one block is, let's say now, because we don't want to go too high, is 8 blocks. because it's 1 block in square and 8 stories tall. And for that, technically 8 blocks, you have a grocery store that's part of. They don't. All they have to do is go in the elevator, take their little cart to their apartment. They don't need a car.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I saw the Aldi near the Palisades on fire, and I thought, man, finally I could go to California and get some meat cooked the way I want it.
You can take and then that's two building. That's one building, but two stories. Next story above that, clothing store. Another story above that, a department store.
They need amenities. They need supplies. They need all their stuff. Yes, absolutely, George. Now George is like, oh damn, Dean, get your ass out there. George wants to sit at the house and get paid, I don't know,
No,
$75
if
an
I got
hour
that
to
kind of
read the
money,
security reports.
got one
Okay,
of these.
damn it, we got too much money incoming. We got to write it off. I'm gonna have to pay you 100, George.
Well,
You
I
you
look at
get
it this
paid
way:
the
if I got
California
that kind of
money,
money,
but you get to work from home.
yeah, that kind of money, I start buying land. I don't like people.
Right. But the main thing is this is going to happen. And like I said in the thing, in the description, and remember what happened in Hawaii? Somebody mentioned me the other day that, remember what happened when Hawaii burned? The land grabber barons. Not that, I wrote not that one in the description. Tongue in cheek, meaning not Baron Trump. He's not in the family business yet that we know of. And all the conspiracies that happened in Hawaii about everybody squawking and squeaming about, oh, all these rich people are coming in here and snatching up the land and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but it is a plan. It is a dusty old plan laying around. And I thought hard about it. I think I put it in my notes, but not in the description. Let me read it on the screen. Thinking for a thumbnail, Vulture, and Beyond the Valley. Quote, did someone mention my figures with a dollar sign? If by figures, I mean numbers. But I like the word play. And I like that lady's figure. Yes, ma'am. I mentioned your figure. Or sir, however you go by. But the reason I was thinking about the vultures is because that's just something myself and the good, better of me, my woman, was thinking about or talking about. And are they vultures? Are they, I guess, or they're just the blessed and the lucky, and that's where they live with dusty old things and dusty old money. You don't just walk in there with this thing and get a bunch of people to hand you money. Well, we'll make it so. You have to have bought in 2002. When did Warren Buffett, and I know Berkshire Hathaway bought it, but this is how the world remembers it. By January. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway acquired General Re Corporation in 1998, which is a holding company for the Gen Re. I got it on screen, people, in 2003. This is after the fall. This is when I was like, holy cow, because I read in 2003, Warren Buffett and primarily Charlie Munger, and they actually had to hire people to help them. The general and Cologne, which is France, not the smell goods, a state or region in France, began marketing globally as Gen Re. And they put out a report. I'm sure you could go find it. I'm not digging any harder. I have brought my bona fides. This stuff rattles around in my head, and one day Los Angeles burns down, and it's like, ha ha, see why all that happened? Why'd you learn that, Dean? I don't know. And now I know. Half the battle. And everybody's going to say, oh, these land grabbers and these scumbags are going to come in and the insurance companies are going to steal these people's properties. How well off are they? How much equity do they have? They may have stolen their own properties. Do they have enough insurance to get out of whatever debts and obligations they own on that property? And they can't sell it for its current appraisal assessment because that includes a single family dwelling. All it's worth now is the acreage minus the cleanup fees. Most people don't read their insurance policies. We went through this on several previous streams, live streams. Me screams, yes. Screaming into the void that I'm aware of these things. You better call your damn insurance company before a bad thing happens. And ask them questions like, does it include debris removal, demolition? Especially in a hellhole like California. You may not be able to just scrape that off with a bulldozer, dump it in a dump truck, and send it away. You might have to sift and sort it and separate the recyclables with union labor. It could cost you $100,000 to get your burnt pile of ash off your own land. Is that by design so that they can build high rises there? Maybe. Maybe they're that freaking smart that they look that far ahead. Maybe it's accidental that not only will bad guys get rewarded, that good guys, really, Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett are really good guys. I don't know. I don't know them, but I've never heard a report of either one of them being a scumbag. And if you go read his report, their report, and they very seldom hire help to put together a report that took them 2 years to get together. The biggest geniuses of finance on earth took 2 years to write their report on the mistake it was to buy General Re. Because of, get ready, why? There's 100 years of deferred and derivative debt and reinsurance products assigned to Enron. Why? That there's no way to get out of it. Warren Buffett and now the estate of and everything else, and they committed to it. They're good for it. It took them 3 years-ish, at least 2.5, to figure out we only got 98 years to go. And they made jokes about it. Well, we can't unravel and get to a point of sale, Gen RE, for only 98 more years. And Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger laughed about it and said, well, we'll still be here. They knew they wouldn't. But they're good guys. And for now, we're 24 years on. Since Enron, they've only got 76. That's the spirit years to go to pay off Enron. But they're not, what is it called? I was about to say squelching, but that's CB radio. Is it welching on deals or bets? When you don't,
with a W.
Welching. Thank you, George. I can do some math. I can do numbers. I can't use words. Welching. They're not. Warren Buffett has already set aside all the money to make the payments timely in perpetuality for all the years until I think it's 2301 or 2299. I don't remember when it ends. Or 21, whatever it is. 100 years from the year 2001. 2101. All that money is set aside to make the timely payments to keep everybody involved processing their money and their cash flows and all that other stuff. Because that's how the contracts are written. Could they just pay it off now? No, that's a lot of money.
Yellow.
So if what he gets out of it at the end of the day, directly and indirectly, and all that other stuff, is enough titles to put together 2 of these city blocks in Los Angeles and turn them into cash makers, and it's not a bad thing. Go back and look at the link I put in the thing, and I've already put several links in the log that'll be in the comment. And I don't know which one. Go find the in the last 10 videos at Destiny's own channel where he was discussing seriously, where I said, no, not that, Baron. Yes, that at Destiny, recently discussing this renewal exact thing, apartment dwellers. In one of his recent big brain things, he was talking about this whole apartment thing and how house dwellers versus apartment dwellers, and to 35-year-olds and younger, house dwellers just seem like greedy a-holes because you just want to sit on all that land all by yourself. But he can understand, especially when they're elderly,
Nuke it, stir it, nuke it, stir it.
because that's the
Uh,
lifestyle they're entitled
2 minutes,
to.
2 minutes.
But they should really give it up and make room for stacking up the people in the apartments and allowing the green spaces on the outsides. And, maybe if you put a little pond and green space in one of those city blocks instead of a single family dwelling, then they'd have some water to put out the next fire and all that and all this. And all. He goes fast. So it just makes sense to the young people. Us old people got to make a little room. But that's
And it's totally horse hockey because we over the past, let's see, 60, 70 years have developed, have been informed and figured out that most people cannot live stacked of each. It's not people being greedy, it's people being claustrophobic.
and having like me, I grew up in the big giant. I hate it. I want more and more and more land. I
Oh
want to
yeah,
be
I mean,
miles from my nearest neighbor. Not, I don't need feet above me. Some idiot with a mop below me banging on my floor, their ceiling, because they think it's me instead of the idiot above me stomping and jumping up and down.
just like, I mean, as a farmer, what would I grow? Grass, and I don't mean the kind you smoke. Um, because I'm not interested in being a farmer. It's just I want space between me and my neighbor. I prefer my neighbor not to be within rifle range.
And
Grew
GX,
up
but you and I are in the minority, sir.
uh I grew up not like you did. I grew up more urban, not rural, and various housing developments. But when I
200
would visit the country
renters.
and families with farms, that's where I felt most at home at, was with space
Mm.
in the mountains or out on the coast, where at the time when I was little, you know, not a lot of people lived on the coast. I mean, for the most part, I don't like people. I like individuals, but people in general, you can keep them.
Hmm. Well, you're nicer than me because I say I hate people. And I'm not a bigot. I hate everyone equally. Which, if I say that around my missus, she says, I'm going to mash your lips. Stop saying that.
Well, people in general
Mm.
are too hateful, too spiteful, they don't want to share. You get them further apart, you get a nicer person generally. People that like to share, they share people's woes as well as yays.
Close calculator. And remember, it's Los Angeles. Not only I just wrote a note up on the screen, George, because when I put 200 renters per 2,000 square feet,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean one person. That's 200. It could be one person, but more than likely at that many square feet, and it's a lot less square feet per renter. I'm being uber generous.
Right. You're
Every one of
thinking
those
about a
could be
three
a
bedroom,
family
two
of
bathroom,
5.
three
Yeah.
bedroom, two bathroom apartment.
So the end math is that it's somewhere between 200 and 1,000 people need all those services. Like you said, 2-story grocery store. Wait a minute, 1,000 people? They might need a 5-story grocery store. And if you're
Well,
building commercial real estate as well, in height,
well, just
not in width, well, you can
if you
rent
take
that
this,
out to other shops as well.
if you take the space of one city house with its yard and stack two on top of each other, that's a big enough grocery store because you don't have to worry about parking. And let's face it, most of what grocery stores, their land that they use that takes up is parking.
Yeah,
If you
but
don't need parking,
if it's across
you
the
don't need that.
green space or the and you're renting to goofy UCLA students and USC students and all the other art college students, they're going to walk anyway or ride there. The city provides free hover rounds and little scooters and all that stuff. They're
Yeah,
not going to have cars because
exactly.
that's that's who they're courting in Los Angeles,
I
the
mean,
hipsters.
you could make it 10 stories and devote one whole story of a city block to recreation. Put a swimming pool in there, a skate park,
Right. Yeah, I'm doing the
basketball court.
absolute minimum dealing with one block and never mind the rest. But the
I'm
same
talking one
bankers and
block,
insurers own all of that.
right? But if you take that one block, one city block, and you stack it on top of itself, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, you go look at the aerials. There's plenty of big buildings, hotels, apartments, and other things that they have no room for sprawl. Where are their
Yeah,
swimming pools and jacuzzis? On a roof.
hell, you okay? If we're going 8 stories, you go the first 2 stories of this one corner of, or and you put it, and if you put it in the center of the apartment complex, you put the 2 stories, or there's a grocery store, another 2 stories, there's a clothing store. You know, one story, you don't need two, toy store, and they can all either exit. You have registers at the exit, so they can either go up and down, or they can exit that one level that they needed to go at.
Yeah, or
Like if I
the
just need,
modern green stuff with the e-currencies, you can just put it on your room. It gets added to your rent next month. All that kooky stuff to people that don't understand anything. Like everybody out there right now wondering, wow, I wish we'd have made a plan for a disaster.
and that being said, I mean, hell, you could even have a urgent care with at least a 4-bed hospital almost in there.
Yep.
Would I want to live there? No. Would I like to own it? Yes.
Yeah, me too. No, I don't want to live in LA and California at all. But would
I
I
mean, you could
stay
put
there for a
in,
while, billing my living expenses to the landlord and property magnates while we develop this monster over 3 years, and after 3 years I'll have made enough money and some kind of residual contract on that $1 million a month per city block in cash flows and go home and retire old enough to collect my social securities. Yep, sure would. Maybe one of them will be like, Didn't you say you wanted to build a Gothic church? Let's go for it. Them religious people love to part with their money. Not so much in
You see,
California.
I was just talking going up 8 floors, 8 stories.
Yeah, I was only
And
talking going 5.
but as you go
There's
8,
no
which is
way if you, I guess you'd have to live there. It'd be like, you're gonna do what? Why would you build a hut?
I mean, you could even put a movie
Zoning and
theater in.
coding allows 23 stories, and we don't have to count the penthouse or the special one on top. See the Florida condo that collapsed.
And you turn the roof into a common area so people can have little gardens and raise pigeons or whatever.
Yep. In the old ancient old DOS-based SimCity games, they're called archipelagios. I'm not sure how to say that word. Every single structure is its own super green, self-contained, everything you need in it. It's an old archipelago.
In fact,
Archi. An
there's a
archipelagio is a group of islands scattered in a body of water such as a lake or river. No.
well, I'm just saying in Alaska, there's a city that the only reason the people leave the apartment area is not for shopping. It's for either they're going out to visit someone or they're going out to work. That's it. Because their
Yeah,
major work is
and
fishing and shipping.
yeah, and in the especially in the post-COVID era, they're not going out. People are giving up six
That's enough to start off
low whatever 1 to 300,000 dollar a year jobs
here.
because of this. They keep yelling at Elon Musk and the Republicans and all this other, whatever. They were all the super libs like Mark Zuckerberg until yesterday when Donald Trump won the election. Now they're suddenly you're going to blame them for being Republican and stomping their feet saying, we spoiled you all with that work from home COVID crap. Now you got to go back to the office 40 hours a week. And they're all saying, no, I'll take far less money to sit my ass at the house. I've spent 5 years now getting used to sitting my ass at the house, which is not a house,
I'm
it's
just
an
in the office
apartment.
and I prefer to go out.
Archipelago. Well, maybe they just called it that in SimCity. But like these islands, construction or civil planning, a high performance construction systems made up of an insulating foam. Anyway, I'll have to look it up later. Maybe I got the wrong word, archipelago. It might have been called something else, but it was in the Sim City game. What's that, Sim City? There were little space bubbles that looked like rockets that had everything they needed in it. Yep. Sim City fandom. Horizon Archipelago is one of the regions featured in Sim City 2013. It was individually built little structures in the old DOS like SimCity 1 or SimCity 2000. That's what they're all about. Self-contained stuff. They built a bunch of it, not as high, but they're these little private communities. I went and did a bunch of training for securities where some biotech that was making gazillions of COVID dollars opened up 2 sites, one in Durham and one in Sanford, and they built apartment buildings, all the little shops like you're talking about, and they put their boutique coffee shop and their pastry store, but their little tiny grocery store like a Trader Joe's or a baby Aldi or whatever the other one is, the one that competes with Trader Joe's, not Whole Foods, but I don't know what. These little mini supermarkets. Everything you need is in within one gated community. Your apartment, yeah, so it still doesn't feel like you live at work. You can drive or ride your bike or use the community little scooter thing. It works over there. The coffee shop is over there. Everything's right there, and there's armed security guards at the push button gate to keep the riffy raffy out. Self contained, perfect places for people to go be safe inside gated communities. And then, man, we ran good. Uh, I fueled George's fire. He fueled mine. 4:29 at 8:04 p.m. I'm sorry if I bored you, Elizabeth. I must take a break. Be right back. Throw it right up there. Set that down there. Put girl up there. Words down there. I shall return. Oh boy, sorry. The missus got home. She had much to say.
You're back.
I am back at 8.04. I gotta make sure of this stuff. Wow, that was a good long break, 20 minutes. I should have put on the free music. I didn't know she was home. I went out there, peed, and then I got told all about it. Back.
Everything good with the old
Apologies.
people?
She's just going over there now to check, but we haven't, none of our phones have gone off, so it must be okay.
That's good.
Back, apologies. I have to catch up to chat now. The woman had stuff to say. I must listen. It is the law. Guys, chicks, whoever's, significant others. Others without significance. If you agree to spend time of your life or life involving your time with people when they feel compelled to tell you stuff, even though you said, hey, I'm leaving a live stream sitting, I'm doing dead air. When they feel excitable and want to tell you something, smile and listen. Property for less than they owe on the house that is gone. The banks and insurers will build a lot of taller buildings and make 10 times as much as they were on renters. It's ugly, and along the lines of what you said, it is, I guess it's ugly, but it's very scary when the natural forest gets struck by lightning and burns through. The underbrush burns up rather quickly. And they're like we talked about yesterday with the, John and his famous photographies and all the volunteers when this stuff happened in the Eaton Canyons and the Angeles National Forest when 40 years ago when I was a kid, or 50 almost now. And we all would go up there and do this and that to rub cream and ointments and salves on the poor burnt up little bunnies and Bambis and all that stuff. I mean, I didn't cook all this up. I've seen big hunks of California either shake and fall into the earth or burn right down to the earth. And it's actually from the outside, it's a lot easier when you don't live there and you're not the one who's homeless. With yellow police tape around your house and that notice on the door from the city or county inspector's office. Unsafe dwelling. No entry. Because if it's still standing, it costs a lot more to demolish it. And those all require permits. We just said a while ago, does your insurance cover the cost of taking it apart and hauling it away? Check your insurance before you have to get it taken apart and hauled away. You'll lose the title over the fees that are now required to make it safe for the environment and the public. Or you'll happily take when the rich guys and the bankers and the land developers come along and say, what's the hang up? And my insurance gave me cash value instead of replacement cost. And they depreciated, blah, blah, blah. My roof was, I didn't have invoices for the roof, so they fully depreciated that and all this other, and so my whatever it's cost, I don't know, in Los Angeles today. My little 900 square foot house worth $4 million, I got 1.2 million from my insurance company, and the land developer says, well, I'll give you the other 2.9. Give me the title. Then people are going to take that money and get the heck out of Dodge, and land developers going to land develop because that ain't their $2.9 million. They've got, especially a name like Trump, Never mind the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, where people would hedge, man, this dude's going to go strategic bankrupt and not pay us. He did it 7 times. And every time, after the first time, who was the sucker? Donald Trump or the guys that said, well, he won't do that to us? Blam, did it again. Blam, did it again. Now, 40 years later, if he said, I need some Americans to go in with me and buy up some Los Angeles because of what that idiot put for free on that live stream, and we're going to make all the money forever, and we're going to rename the damn place Trump Angeles. Elon Musk would hand him the money and say, you know what? Instead of Los Angeles, I want it to be named Elon Trumpagus or something. We'll just name it Trumpville, Elon. Partners, they got the money and Trump's got the name. And millions of Americans would buy in. Probably they could create a Los Angeles, what do they call them stupid virtual monies? Bitcoins, e-currencies. No offense, Bitcoin, I know that's a brand. Digital currencies with non-fungible tokens. Hey, grandmas, give us $1 each and you'll earn back 5 million Trump coins over whatever. And they're only worth one millionth of 1 cent, let alone $1. But that's okay. You'll earn that much every year for the rest of your life. They'd all buy in. He'd make money on trying to do the deal at break even to make money in the future. Sometimes it's good to be the king. I don't think he cares that much. He's probably more interested in building a golf course somewhere, which he could do. A lot of that land, you could put, I don't think you could put 18 holes in what's burnt flat as of this morning in Palisades, but you could probably put 9. And man, wouldn't somebody go talk? Elon's got his ear, and he's got Elon's ear. They're twins. Man, wouldn't that piss off Gavin Newsom if Trump bought Los Angeles? Even if only in name?
He'd probably raise the taxes.
That requires the entire California. Oh, wait. Yep, they would raise the taxes.
And
Just on those few blocks.
either that, they'd raise everybody's taxes just to get his, and then they realize their tax revenue is going down because people are leaving California.
Yeah, man. Anyhow, yeah, all that, and my wife was talking about it, and I kept telling her, Priscilla, from 2 hours, business of politics, and then from 2 to 4:29 for 2, I told her, for at least 2 hours. I've been hard running the numbers and working the maths and figuring it out with 30-year-old numbers. Best I can remember how it was 30 years ago. This is worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah, I mean, and if you really want to, you want restaurants, fine, build a food court.
Yeah, there's plenty of room now.
I'm just saying, in our imaginary high rise.
Yeah, and that's only if we could get our hands on 1 block.
Yeah,
what if we could get our hands on 4? Build 2 high rises, 1 full of all the stuff and 1 full of all the beds.
Yep. No, I was just saying each build 1 high rise, and they all have basically the same thing. So many buildings, so many a food court, so many grocery stores that people want to. You don't need a big grocery store. As we honest, only said 2 floors. You don't need a big clothing store because most and you can do it. So, well, if you're insert an internet business store with the clothing store, so if we don't have what you want, just order it. Go to your apartment and order it, and then we'll deliver it.
Holy crap. 15 minutes ago, the Los Angeles Times reports more than 9,000 home structures damaged or destroyed in Palisades, Eaton Canyon. Not Eaton Canyon. Eaton Fire is what they're naming the fire that roared out of Eaton Canyon into Altadena and
By
La
4,
Cañada and Flint Ridge.
like I said, if you bought 4 blocks, 3 blocks would be strictly, what we said, the self-contained units, and your other one single block, plow it under, plow it up, plant, turn it into a park,
Yeah. Green
and
space.
get green space credits to reduce your taxes.
Yeah, like I
Third,
said, build yourself a duck and fishy pond so that Donald Trump can accuse the colored folks of stealing your ducks and eating them.
don't
But
go
have
there.
water there.
Yeah. So you get
So
what you
if
get.
there's ever another fire, you have water there.
Yeah.
And ducks to roast on the fire.
I mean, you could literally take 4 blocks, build 2 high rises, 1 park, and an education center. So you have K through college in that one education center.
Well, it's
You
commie
you would
state,
literally.
you ain't got to worry about that. You just
I'm just saying you
they'll take
could.
care of your kids. Yep.
That
But
way,
as
that way if you
long
want
as it's
to get
money
college.
making.
Oh, there's big money in education.
I'm sure there is. I don't think that much about it, and if I don't know, are they giving out those chits and permits and, state funding to private places in Khalifa? I don't
Well,
know.
if you make it a private school, I would say yes. And the reason I said private school is because it only takes students from your 2 apartment complexes. That way, they have an option that they can either go to the public school, which they're not going to want to do, parents aren't going to do, or to the private school. You could pay your teachers better, get better qualified teachers, the latest equipment, and still get government funding for your school.
Yeah, or as much
Private
government
school.
as they can assemble in California, I'm sure you can assemble a far smaller team to steal that money.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I mean, submit the proper paperwork and bids and grants and loans and all the nonsense.
But the reason I was saying, K through community college level, 'cause that way you got your controlled adult education. Part of your school can also be both youth and elderly care, such as a daycare center with licensed daycares and students that are learning daycare services. That's where they go. And then you got elderly care, like an elderly center. Get government money, state money to run something that your is part of their rent as far as the other 2 buildings. Good to go.
Hoover
And
said
for
no. California has charter public private education, so it's hard to have a private school except for super rich kids. Or, whatever, convert their digital currencies and their social credits into whatever. We're talking about making a gentrified area. I mean,
uneven.
a
Yeah, I'm done, baby. You gonna put
silly
the
California
uh, Ziploc?
place that only college
Are you trying to make me take
educated
a nap?
hipster people can afford. No, I'm not trying to make you take a nap. Come on, dude. I'm not that boring.
Oops.
The eating fire. But yeah, Elizabeth, I don't know all the deals. I wouldn't worry about it because you know what I got? Public schools. Being rid of all the people that could afford that kind of housing and being able to put up expensive people mid rises or high rises, the schools are going to be okay. It's like George said, the land developers were damn well build a school to support up to 3,000 local students within walking distance of that school and then gift it in trust to the city or county and make the city and the state pay for the public school. Earth fire, 855 acres in and around Sylmar. 9,000 structures damaged. Yep. The poor lady this morning, the one with the bad voice fry, I just couldn't listen to her. And lilting at the end of everything she said with that scratchy voice of hers. It was maddening. She was trying to say, I hate to use all these cliches. It looks like a war zone. It looks like a this. It looks like a that. And one of the other people said, it looks like hell. I said, yeah, exactly. And I guess they'll get cancel culture. They'll get fired. You can't say that. It has religious connotations. Oh my god. Palisades fire. Closures, evacuations, shelters. Evacuations, closures, and shelters. Eating fire. I saw lots of video footage of all the people and not a whole lot of professionals paid for by the taxpayers helping the old folks out of an evacuated forest in Altadena. The Eaton fire, which broke out Tuesday night near Eaton Canyon, has burned 10,000. When was this? Updated 10:21 a.m. This is old news because it said just on the other page that linked to this one at latimes.com that it was 13,000 something, almost 14,000 acres. Numerous evacuations. Arcadia and Sierra Madre also ordered evacuations in some of their northern neighborhoods. We've already been over to 5 confirmed KIAs. Most of Altadena was ordered evacuated. Mandatory was in place in the north half of the neighborhood of Hastings Ranch, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard in Pasadena. Evacuations were ordered for eastern La Cañada, Flint Ridge, including the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, ordered evacuated. Arcadia, east of Santa Anita Avenue, north of Foothill Boulevard. I don't remember, is it Foothill or Huntington where the racetrack is? I don't remember. Pieces of Glendale. Homes on Venado Avenue in Altadena burn on Tuesday night. I'm not looking it up on the map, Elizabeth. I don't know where any of these. Westbound 210 freeway off ramp at Arroyo Boulevard is closed. Altadena Drive is closed. El Molino Avenue is closed from Woodbury. Fair Oaks Avenue is closed from Woodbury. Lake Avenue is closed from Woodbury. Marengo from Woodbury. Oh man, I hope I don't remember if it's on Marengo or Fair Oaks. They finally rebuilt and redid Perkins Palace or Perkins Showroom or whatever they call it. Hope that didn't burn down. And I say finally, meaning in the last 15 years. I don't know what it's been doing for the last 5 years. That's the Google bar. Perkins Palace. Oh, it's on Raymond. Raymond Theater, Pasadena, California. Cinema Treasures. Raymond Theater, it is called now. Last time I looked, they had reused the name Perkins. Now it's called Raymond Theater. Auditorium located in Pasadena, California, built around 1921. It was known as Perkins Palace when it was a live music venue from 79 through 91. Yep. Guns N' Roses played there. And many, many others. So, Raymond Theater. Raymond Theater. Fire, 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 fire. 2025. Go. The Ramon? No, not the Ramones. Restored theater closed for violating fire rules December 6, 1990. 4 hours ago in mynewsla.com. Never heard of it before today. 17,000 Thursday with the discovery of human remains. I already mentioned that. I saw it this morning. They were sending sheriff's homicide investigators, but they wanted to make clear to everybody. So please, everybody, understand. Homicide means dead human. The sheriff's investigators go because there's a dead body. It did not mean that there was any foul play suspected. They're blaming the fire right now, but they have to go with open minds. We discussed yesterday. But of course, you may not have heard yesterday's. So I'll discuss briefly again. There are, other than the vultures, like I talked about, the finance vultures, the land vultures, which to me is just a natural occurrence. It's, if you don't rebuild and renew and restructure and take some youth considerations and figure out, the way the population is growing, even though California has been reducing for a time. If we don't build up a little and put some water and some green space and everything else nearby and build with the serious idea of, if a fire ever happens again, anything like this, will these thousands of people be fine in this specially built high-rise structure? Or should we just put a couple thousand back into the sprawl that allows this to happen? It's gonna be figured out. But in any disaster, bad guys will, what's called criminals of opportunity, human vultures, that kind of thing. Really bad guys will be like, oh man, the place is burning up. Got that body in the trunk. What am I going to do with it? I've been driving around with that stinky body for weeks. Let's throw it into the fire. Or create a new one and burn in the fire. Hey, bad guys, don't. You better go make sure there's no camera in that fire first, bad guy, before you unalive somebody and try to cover it up with the fire. But there is a lot of that. Go back and watch all the movies. I didn't name them yesterday. I'm not naming them today. There's a Kurt Russell movie about the aftermath of just the riots and how much garbage went on. It's a very serious drama. To me, it's not a very good movie, except that I lived there then. Lived through a lot of that garbage. Kurt Russell, LA cop movie. Yes, it would be nice if I could spell his name. It's called Dark Blue. It was 10 years after the riots. They made a movie starring Kurt Russell called Dark Blue. This is on the user reviews page. Let's just go back to the movie page. 6.6 out of 10. Told you it's not a very good movie. It has Ving Rhames in it. There's a lot of good stars in it, a lot of big stars. A robbery homicide investigation triggers a series of
We'll be back in
events,
a minute.
okay, that will cause a corrupt LAPD officer to question his tactics. But it's set in the height and the heart of the 92 riots. Kurt Russell, Ving Rhames, Scott Speedman. I don't know how to say that. If it's a girl's name, but it looks like Michael. Michael Michelle. Mikhail. I don't know how to say. I hope I said it right. Mikhail or Michael Michelle. Brendan Gleeson. Corrupt. There's a lot of stars in it. Everybody has a picture at the IMDb. If they were nobody, then they would have a picture of the little placeholder. We'll go look that stuff up. That's happening right now in Los Angeles, in these fires. It's a true story. Blue. Hell, I don't remember what it was called anymore. Blue something. Blue Thunder. Ha. Blue. Dark blue.
Dark blue.
Why, it's got to be blue. Oh, yeah, Cops. Dark blue. 2002. Bad guy and bad guy cops take advantage of disaster opportunity. It is the thing. Howard, scumbag, stop it. Go sit in the corner. Much, much, much. Yep. I could go for a long time, and my missus kept saying, "Oh, so what'd you say on the thing? Whoa, that sounds interesting. What about?" I said, "You're just gonna have to go, press play, and then slide the little slider back on the live thing to the beginning. By the time you get caught up, I'll be done."
Well, it's 8:50. I'm gonna call it for myself here, if you don't mind, sir.
I don't mind. Thank you
You
for
have
all
a
the.
yeah, and I'll leave mine running, and therefore also give me. I will not be able to get online tomorrow because we'll be out of the house.
Yeah, I probably won't either because I've been on whatever 2 or 3 days in a row, and tomorrow's
Yep.
Friday. So
But
let's timestamp it. 05, 16, 30. George, done for the night. But hey, if anybody got something to say, holla. He's still listening. We
uh,
probably will not do this on Friday the 10th.
I hope you have a good weekend, Elizabeth, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Have a good night, sir. So we were just looking at, and now his little avatar went away. So we'll leave that one off again. Me and him discussed it a little bit. A little. I didn't really get enough. Let's copy her name. I didn't get a chance to put it on screen yet. Paste. Jamie Lee Curtis. $1 million. Here it goes. Jamie Lee Curtis pledges. Jamie Lee Curtis offers $1 million to fund wildlife relief. Jamie Lee Curtis. It was all the news this morning, as it should be. That is very huge. It's huge. If me making fun of Donald Trump, I mean trying to imitate his fantastic. We'll do something this weekend, Elizabeth. He's just feeling it and fatigued and all the rest. He meant to say good night, not have a good weekend. I was trying to see in updates if anybody had piled on with her. I know that they had something and there was a response from Gavin Newsom this morning. Anyway, I don't see anything else like so and so jumps in with Jamie Lee Curtis and tries to, make it sweet. It is very sweet, very big, very huge. Don't know what they'll do with it, but I was being hopeful that they'll provide meals, pay for some hotel rooms, take care of the people, and do something, not shove it in a bank and let government people whack it up. I think she would be quite mad. Anyway, I don't see any big. I guess I misspelled her name again. I thought I copy pasted it all the times earlier today. So I was going to. Did someone mention Jamie Lee Curtis's figure? Yes. Never got back to Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. We crawled the valley. This one on the checklist, Elizabeth, is radio check, codename Julie. Just make sure if you hear anything, holla, send me a text. Don't have to type anything else or more in the chat. Respect their privacy and everything else. I will worry about all of them. We covered I texted something D to donate to rebuild the temple. Very good. Oh, yeah, Uncle Dave. There's a lot of that stuff that's going to get seriously, fire took away all your grandfather's stuff. Now you got to do this and do that and do that. And they're going to try to get everybody out. Not because it's a temple or a synagogue or Jews, because somebody's got a big idea about beautification, renovation, urban. And we're never supposed to say, and bless her little pea pickle, she called it like it is. She's a smart girl, but backfired because that would have been better than nothing. The whole AOC, Alexandria. I used to want to have them rename all of Manhattan. Alexandria Dashia. Her name plus Ia. But then not anymore. And part of why that was, and her being very young, very book smart, but not any reality wisdom smart when she fought Amazon and stopped all those jobs because she said they're trying to gentrify wherever her district is, Queens or Bronx or whatever she represents. Gentrification's coming. The changes come. The governments do try hard to, you must provide XYZ units of rent control. It's called a satellite structure. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, oh yeah, they're gonna be assimilated with those upper middle class and upper class people. Of course they are. It really hurt the area. Beautification. It's the urban will renew itself. We already been through all that. Yay, Jamie Lee Curtis. Good job. All right, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Might have to crawl that. Did someone mention my figure? Let's do Jamie Lee Curtis first. We're on her. Her girl whamming body. Yep, I'm objectifying again. We did a whole lot of whatever else is too. Her figures. Yes, I mentioned and mentioned and mentioned, ma'am. Your amazing $1 million. If she was in stuff prior to Halloween, I've seen it, but I don't remember. She's not my type, so I ain't like all deluxe ultra fanboy over Jamie Lee Curtis. And the main thing why not, as I've said before on other ones, there's something about her chest area. It's too big for me. And I hate, I'm not supposed to be a hater, but it's just the saying. Super short haired whammons. Jamie Lee Curtis at the IMDb. Let's take a look. We're not going to spend all night on it, but we're going to honor her for her great career and that she used the proceeds of that long career and hopefully well paid, and she's happy about it, I hope. I hate for her to have regrets. But she took out of her monies, well earned, and gave to the people of Los Angeles that are suffering horribly. Let's see y'all and zoom it. Scroll it, scroll it, scroll it, scroll it. She's been around a minute. Hang tight. Oh, she was on Quincy ME. She was the girl in the dressing room. Somebody provide me a photo of that. Hey, baby, getting dressed? Or just glad to see me? Unless she was under 25 years old. I didn't check her birth date. I don't want to see no pictures of nobody less than 25 years old. Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew Mysteries. Columbo. She's been on a bunch of stuff. I probably saw her in it. Operation Petticoat TV series. I probably didn't see a whole lot of those. Charlie's Angels. Didn't watch a whole lot of those. Saw some. And then, of course, she is Lori in Halloween. John Carpenter's. I still have the MP3 if my brother ever listens to this. Of either Abandoned or The Abandoned. Season of the Witch, but spelled with a B. That is a derivative of the Halloween theme song. She was on some of the Love Boat. Oh man, now I got another reason to watch Beady Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Love that show. Like the little guy that, let's go look at that. We laughed about this guy the other day. But the other guy, look into the photos. Look into my photos. Whoever she is, the actress. little boy, heart-throbby, goofy crush. Oh, she's so wonderful teeth and a beautiful smile. Oh, you mean there's a woman wrapped around that beautiful smile? I never noticed. Gludgers, such perfect aqua-knitted hair. I don't know. They might have used some other perfect 1970s style hairspray or gel. But everybody in the 70s had that perfect hair. See? This guy right here and that guy right there have the exact, parted on the side, perfect hair. The women in Buck Rogers in the 25th century had all the perfect outfits. It's like going to a space race in the future disco dancing parlor. Faux show. All they needed was some Rod Stewart. There he is. Here's the little guy. It's this little guy here. The walking robot. This is beady 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 and then a bunch of junk. He speaks in beady beadies. This little disc is like the very smart guy. He's like the super AI robot. He lives on a necklace around the walking around robot's neck. In case you didn't know. Spoiler alert. Done with that. Buck Rogers, good stuff. The Fog is a fantastic movie. 6.8. Fair. 7. Yes. I said fantastic. I didn't say 10. Come on now. It's cheesy scare, jump scare horror. Prom Night is very cheesy jump scare. Probably has 3 or 4 of the kitty cat going, meow, so that everyone go, eat. Poor Jamie Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis. I know she only goes by the full, all 3. It seems to have got typecast for a while. And see, I never knew that. That's one of my favoritist. 10. Why is Escape from New York rated 7.1? Probably because better movie reviewers than me or criticizers. They have better objective eyes than me. But I didn't know she was the computer voice uncredited till right now. I've probably seen it several hundred times. I love it. Escape from Los Angeles, though very fitting right now, is free with ads on YouTube. But I saw that once in the theaters. We will never see that again. And then, in 1981, 3 years later, she was in Halloween 2, and they gave her character a last name. Death of a Centerfold, the Dorothy Stratton story. I'm sorry if this bores you, Elizabeth, but I put in my checklist to really try to honor Jamie Lee Curtis because I think that's an amazing, honorable thing she did. Oh my gosh. I think I should like to see. Oh, Bill Hughes said, hey, Dean. Hello, Bill Hughes. Look, I found a lovely picture of Jamie Lee Curtis modeling a hair bow or a flower. Yowzas. See, all she needs is some long hair and I'm sold. I just hate short hair on the women folks. Objectifying Bill Hughes. I am honoring Jamie Lee Curtis. She gave $1 million to my homeland over there. Forest fire. Which turned into a urban concrete jungle fire. Burnt down a lot of homes and businesses. But thanks to early warning systems and people being at least a little bit smart, so far there's only estimated 8 to 10 deaths. 5 for sure. The rest, between 8 and 10, are still under investigation. They don't know if those are human remains that got found. Oh, I didn't know she was the telephone operator in Halloween 3 either. Halloween 3 is way overrated at 5.2, but everybody go see it. And imagine telemarketers having to wear those little discs instead of the little kids in the Halloween masks in Halloween 3. Season of the Witch. There we go again. That's where the abandoned. Oh, I started to say, in case my brother's listening and I forgot to finish saying, I still have the MP3 dumped on 2 computers that I just need to put together, but I still haven't got an answer from the people that may or may not own the copyrights. Again, it's money buys this and money buys that and money buys something else, and maybe there's an insurance claim somewhere, and all of a sudden, Tony C or Tony Cadena's music, it's highly questionable about whether or not you can or should upload that to the YouTube. The abandoned, or just abandoned. I don't remember if it has a "the" on the front. From the Los Angeles Mother Effer CD album recording. It's called Season of the Bitch. My brother mentioned it once, and I said, "Oh, yeah, I had the CD and I ripped it into MP3s. I'll upload it for you, sir." And then I got digging around. Can I do this? Is the copyright okay? Still not sure. And if you're in doubt about a thing, don't be doing it. I don't remember Perfect 1985. Oh, yes, I do. That's John Revolting. John Travolta, Jamie Lee Curtis, Raimi Ellis. What does it say? It says, a female aerobics instructor, George was mentioning them earlier, meets a male reporter doing a story on health clubs, but it isn't love at first sight. I've probably seen it. By then she was cutting all her hair off, so I probably said blick. And I could watch all the aerobics I wanted at Jack LaLanne's European Health Spas up on, I think it was on Colorado Boulevard. Big picture windows with all the sweaty girls doing step Reeboks and stuff like that. And they weren't doing it in front of those giant windows because they wanted stupid young boys and dirty old men to be staring at them. No, no, no. They were just trying to exercise and identify the classless scumbags that would dare look at their wiggly jiggly sweaty girl bodies. I fell for it. I took the bait. I identified as Creeper. The young dude that doesn't blink. I don't remember As Summers Die. Amazing Grayson Chuck. I don't remember. 1987. A Man in Love. She played Susan. I've seen it. I don't remember anything about it. So, yep, 5.8 sounds fair. Not good, not bad, just a movie. An American film star and an unknown British actress meet on set in Rome. She is angry when he refuses to speak to her journalist father, but later they have a passionate relationship. Ooh, passion. A Fish Called Wanda was recently available. I don't remember where. I saw it. I don't remember if it's supposed to be comedy, but it made me chuckle. 7.5 is probably overrated in my book. Yeah, it's supposed to be sort of comedy. Yes, John Cleese wrote it. Stars John Cleese. I really don't like Kevin Kline. He's a negative to me. And the lovely, the talented. Look how long that neck is. She has a long, long neck. Remember, she was a super beauty girl model and all that other stuff. John Cleese is very funny though. Kevin Kline, I just don't like. It's just me. There's nothing. I can't name why. So I get a gut feeling. I don't recognize any of these other names. All right. Off of A Fish Called Wanda. I would recommend it. If you've never seen it, see it. Blue Steel I've seen. Talk about blue movies. And here's another one. Somebody go fix this cover so I'll stop being mad about it. 5.8. 1.0. Look at her finger on the trigger and that gun next to her. Oh, look at her brassiere showing through her cop shirt in the preview. Oh, sorry, where was I? Somebody go Photoshop this G word out of this movie. It makes all of my crybabies inside crybaby outside to see the wonderful, the beautiful, the ultra charitable Jamie Lee Curtis with that and the cylinder gap right next to her face. My mind's bad mental movies say, what would happen if that went off right there? It would permanently burn and disfigure and hurted her. It was an okay movie, but because of my own personal biases and experiences, when they have movies that covers that look like that, I don't care that they showed her sexy woman body in its bikini style brassiere. Clancy Brown. I didn't know he was in it. Clancy Brown is one of my favorite actors. He was way back in the original Bad Boys starring Sean Penn and a lot of other famous people. And nobody knows about it because the later, sorry, on the Clancy Brown tangent, everybody who wasn't saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie. Yowza. Doesn't that paint a mental image for you? Way back. Wow. Mr. Clancy Brown, you have been in much. I would hate to do a crawl this list and find out how much of your career I have missed. Here it is. His first ever movie. Bad Boys. 1983. Sean Penn. This does not deserve 7.2. This deserves 10 out of 10. This is a fantastic, hardcore drama movie. Maybe you just have to be a dope from Los Angeles. It's got monies. It's got G words. It's got youth violence and R words and all kinds of stuff. And it's prison and prison bound, but not really. It's a youth jail or a youth authority in the great state of California. SECI or SIE Morales. Great actor, many stuff. Ali Sheedy, everybody knows her. War Games. Clancy Brown. Dean Fortunato. Yep, this one. That one. The fortunate one. He's the Fortunato son. Mick O'Brien, a 16-year-old juvenile delinquent preying on Chicago's. Oh, I thought it was Los Angeles. That's how much I care. Chicago, LA, same thing. One gets hot, one gets cold. Unsuspecting people is arrested and taken to Rainford Juvenile Correctional Facility. It's one of the early movies where they consulted with real deal people, and I still say it. Anybody that listens to my stuff heard it the other day. Elizabeth Pena, she's famous. Gladiator Academies. Some of the lines they scripted for the adults. They took real Department of Corrections people or youth authority or youth corrections people and offenders, inmates to consult with and build that bad boy script. So some of the words are harsh. A lot of the acting and movie and story are harsh. But back to Blue Steel. Jamie Lee Curtis. It's a great movie. 10 out of 10. Might be available free at YouTube right now. Better take a pause. This leads to that. Bad Boys. Go. See, Bad Boys number 2. Not that one. Ugh, don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. 1983. Mick fights Viking. Viking. Well, maybe it's not. Or they YouTube did a different year. Bad Boy soundtrack. Anyway, go find it yourself. I thought I saw it recently for free. It's not the Bad Boys New Millennium started in the 90s. I can't remember those actors' names. Huh, I'm being stupid. I can't remember Will Smith's name. Nope, I don't see it. Oh well, I tried. Go back home. Oh, look, there was anarchy on the moon. Blue Steel. Somebody go fix it. Use CGIs and Photoshops and get all these bad things with the G words taken out of that movie. Because of that, it's 1.0 for me. My Girl, everybody likes that movie. I guess 6.9 or 7 is fair. Such a cutie pie. Cool story. Well acted. Especially for kids. Don't work. Everybody says don't work with kids in Hollywood. Yeah. Good stuff. I've never seen any of the TV series, Anything But Love. Forever Young. It's an okay movie. It got 6.3. I'd put it right in the middle. During a cryogenics test, a pilot frozen in 1939 wakes in 1992, but time is running out as his body starts to age rapidly. Mel Gibson, Jamie Lee Curtis, Elijah Wood, very young. A lot of people like him as an actor. George Wendt, Cheers. George went where? George went to bed. He was feeling sleepy and medicated. Mm. Lots of actors. Forever Young. Okay movie. Spinal Tap Reunion, the 25th anniversary London sellout. I don't think I've ever seen it. Mother's Boys I've seen. 5 is Fair. My Girl 2 I have never seen. True Lies. That's the one I put in the description. Everybody knows it. Arnold. Arnold. Come with me if you want to live. I'll be back. Cool action movie. Goofy. Action comedy. Bill Paxton. I don't remember if he DOA's in it or not. At the time, Tia Carrere. Tia doesn't mean aunt. That's her first name. Very young Eliza Dushku. People became infatuated with her later. At the time, the infatuation was Jamie Lee Curtis and Tia Carrere. Tom Arnold was in it. Spy flick. Everybody I know, every man that I know. The only thing they remember about True Lies is, of course, something I remember because number 1, short hair. Number 2, could have been the schmexy schmexy, but, but, scroll, scroll, scroll. That looks like the same kind of office or bank that Clint Eastwood movie was made in. You never know. They might reuse the sets in Hollyweird. Or it could be coincidental. Maybe all banks and offices look the same. Uniformity in construction. I can't believe they don't have a picture of it. I probably just should have typed it in. Jamie Lee Curtis, True Lies, Google. Click on the images tab, and there she'll be doing her little ordered and coerced and forced into doing her little wiggle wiggle dance. It's an okay movie. 7 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 7 out of 10. I don't know. Something out of there. Above halfway. Above middling. Yeah. Extrapolated 3D fontery. Fantastic. CGI at its finest. Look at them powerful computers with tapes in them. They spin around and around. They definitely be reusing some movie props then, because whatever year this was, 1994, those machines didn't exist anymore. Arnold doing the cup and saucer. Even if you have hands that will allow you to do it, super big, giant, perfect man hands, Terminator hands, don't cup saucer. Get that non-tutoring hand up under that machine. Index finger touching the trigger guard. Or just use it one-handed. Oh, what a nice large diamond ring. I'm glad my wife isn't in the room. She'd tell me the 4 C's of that diamond and the carats of the gold and all kinds of other stuff. She knows stuff about that stuff. Binoculars. Binocs. Hi, horse. Metro Police horse. There it is. The famous. It's all the guys know about. Here comes Jamie Lee Curtis in her bathing suit. True Lies, 1994. It's okay. She was 26-ish or something at the time. I can look at it. And it's a bathing suit. Next. Next. See, she's doing her little giggly wiggly girl dance under orders. Again, the bathing suit. And he's using some other buddy's voice on the tape recorder. It's not even digital. Still old fashioned. And everybody remembers it's about Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh, they didn't show the back end. Anyway, she's wearing one of them V strings or thongs, not butt, pure butt floss. But close, but spelled both ways. However, and I don't like it. It makes me gag a little bit. Ew. Whatever happened to good old fashioned full coverage back bikini panties? Oh my god. Old man stuff. Whatever happened to pantaloons with frilly, whatever you call it, elastic cuffs at the knees and went all the way up above your belly button? Ladies, wear some. Oh, what did Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday say? Wear a bustle. How lewd. Fierce Creatures was okay. Homegrown, okay. Nicholas's Gift, I have seen. I don't remember anything about it. Not a single thing. Fact-based drama about an American couple on vacation in Italy in '94 with their 2 children who were attacked and shouted by highway bandits. Sounds like my kind of thing. I should probably try to see it again someday. It got a decent rating, 6.9 out of 10 at the IMDb. Highwaymen. I love Highwaymen. Halloween. H2O. 20 years later. 1998. Hated it. virus. Pretty cool. Especially after the COVID era. All of these contagions and viruses and everything else that came out long before. This one came out even before the first SARS run. Let alone SARS-CoV-2. Drowning Mona is it's got very low ratings at IMDb, but I don't go with the flow. I can't just get along. I would give it a little higher than that. Funny movie. I don't know if she got in her skivvies or not, but it has that dude. That guy. Named Danny DeVito. He does a really good job in that movie. Has Bette Midler, Neve Campbell, all the young guys back in the year 2000. She was a young gal favorite actress. All the dudes like to say, "Oh, she's in it. I'll check it out." William Fichtner. I don't know his name, but I know his face. And he's like been in everything good. He's not in much that I think. Well, that movie was bad. The Taylor of Panama was an okay movie. I've seen a lot of Jamie Lee Curtis movies. Halloween Resurrection. Me and everybody else hated it. After Halloween 1 and 2, there's pretty much done. And yet they kept going. Freaky Friday. 6.3 is probably fair. 6 out of 10. Christmas with the Cranks I never saw. 2008. Beverly Hills Chihuahua. Nope, haven't seen it. She was Aunt Viv. The Kid and I don't think I've seen it. You Again. 2010. I don't know if I've seen it or not. By 2010 and coming all the way to now, 15 years later, my time, effort, energy, and care for movies had been thoroughly wrecked. Go back and listen to my previous shows. Show number 0 or pre-fapping number no about Alien versus Predator 2004. Hated it. Stopped watching every movie ever made, even when I could get them free from working at a video store. They kept hurting my feelings. It's got Betty White. It's got to be good. You Again. I don't remember it. The Little Legend That Could. She was the voice. 8. I don't remember 8. Veronica Mars. Okay. 6.7. I'll give it a 6.0. Only human they come up with. Whatever. 14 or 13 or 15 years after The Matrix. Or did they? When it was in one of those allegedly Matrix sequels, and he faces the new agents, and he says, "Upgrades," and they turn and look at each other, and then one of them says, "Only human." And then they use awesome Rob Dugan music and do fighty fights again. Square Parts, 2015. I don't think I've seen it. New Girl, Joan Day. TV show. Never seen it. Because I am a glut for punishment. If it has Halloween, I'm gonna watch it. I saw Halloween 2018. Reviving the role of Laurie Strode. Got the last name and number 2, Roman numerals. Hated it. 1 out of 10, not 6.5. You silly nanners. Everybody's being creditable because they knew in the future she would give $1 million to burnt up Los Angeles. Knives Out, I have not seen. I've seen many, many. The common person seems to like it a lot, but all the people that like movies that I like hated it. They may be biased because they hate the writer-director guy. I can't remember his name. He had something to do with that number 8 Star Wars movie. I don't remember if I've seen Halloween KIA's Kills. Halloween Kills. Laurie Strode again, 2021. I may have purchased it out of a dump bin somewhere for $5 or $10. Oh no, that was Halloween Ends in 2022. Sometime after that, I purchased Halloween Ends. I don't remember if I've ever even bothered with Halloween Kills. And it's still sitting out there underneath our DVD player, sits on the top shelf of a entertainment center or whatever you call it. And some DVDs sit under it. Halloween Ends is sitting under there, still wrapped in its plastic. I haven't ever found the time, effort, or energy to do that to myself yet. I haven't seen Haunted Mansion. I really like the real one at Disneyland in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I don't want to mess that up with modern Disney movie garbage. I mean, I don't understand the complex mental arrangements necessary. And I haven't seen any of this stuff. The Sticky, The Last Showgirl. And that's it. That's kind of my version, what I know of Jamie Lee Curtis's fantastic career. She made all, if any of those movies have points, it's her fault. She gets all the credit, none of the blame. If they paid me, I still wouldn't. I'm too body conscious and think my body's way too ugly for that. Whatever that V-back thing is. In dudes in my good old days, if dudes dare wear a thing like that, even though you could buy Speedos that covered your whole butt, a dude running around with something in the front barely and a strop up his bum. They called it a Speedo. Sorry, Speedo. I know your brand covers many, many things and full-bodied, special, sharp scale-related hydrodynamic perfections for professional athletes. But that's just what we did back in the day. Dudes running around with something stropped up between their bum cheeks. And that hairy old bum sticking out. Everyone said, oh, he's wearing a Speedo. Don't look over there. But all the guys at the beach in California, we'd all say, hey, check it out, check it out. Make our friends look. Yep, all that. Like whatever, like totally go for whatever else. Whatever else. Covered a lot of whatever else is. Moving on. Let me get done. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I spent too much time on the original Valley of the Dolls. Here we go. We'll go ahead and put an X in it. Thank you, Jamie Lee Curtis, again, for all the memories. Jamie Lee Curtis. Kurt. I keep doing that. It's not cactus, it's Curtis. Retrospective. And thanks again for the USD dollars 1M. Until new line 06 02 19. I hope that's fair. I did 45, 6, 7, 8, 46 minutes. something like that. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Did someone mention my figure? Let's go. Oh, Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Go find it yourself. Look it up. This is the one written Roger Ebert. Russ Meyer, famous for their very schlocky, cheesy, campy, so bad they're good, or so not good they're great movies of Once Upon a Time. And this is one of them. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I don't know if anybody recognizes any of the stars. There's lots of stars, again, with photos. Scrolling back up. Because all we're really going to do is go look at the pictures and scroll them on the fast. Because there's a lot of pictures. Valley of the Dolls was kind of tough. Dramatic. We discussed it earlier. Timestamps in the comment shortly after the live streaming is finished. If there was supposed to be anything serious and dramatic in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, it is not a sequel. Their original idea was a sequel. And then they got busy and they realized not a sequel. This is its own thing. It is fantastic. You should see it many times. Learn the lines. Try not to laugh yourself to tears. Or enjoy the outfits and their cuts. But it is so bizarre, I think is the correct word. It is so new. Art house. Art nouveau. It is quite the something. I dig it the most, man. They all say the cool sayings, and they're very. It's not. It's not sexist. It's equally sexist. The women, girls, young people, the women objectify and make snide comments and whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Everybody today would be offensed in every way. Children beware. It's fantastic. A Russ Meyer production. Look, they got a dude all tied up. He has muscles. They have a nasty in it. How can you get to show that IMDb? Groovy outfits, craziness, armed shadows. Dudes and chicks with their zipper shirts unzipped down to their navels. I'm not saying which is which. This could be the dude and that could be the chick. Just saying. Swords. This comes to life. Spoiler alert. Uh-oh. Sunset Boulevard. Many things of Sunset Boulevard that were in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. 1970. Burnt down yesterday and today. Look at that. The finger is on the finger. Oh, noes. But it's movie stuff. I hope they were safe. None of them Russ stories. Just amazing. Look, Stingray Corvette. All you dudes, car lovers. It's a Corvette, a Stingray. And I'm over here looking at Covet, the old-fashioned station wagon. Man, loved them. That, no use for it. Somebody else take away the Stingray. Get me back my old-fashioned four-door hatchback station wagon. Hey, Judgy Wudgy. You have to go see the latest Aliens catastrophe and understand and watch the EFAP reviews of it. A meme was born. He's the bird in the cage. Schmexy. Hello. Yeah, that stuff. We're not allowed to mention that anymore. Nasty. And that, I believe, a super pause frame. Spoiler alert. Long before whatever that Meg Ryan movie was where she made the scene in the cafe or coffee shop or diner or whatever it was. I think this is it. All of a sudden, she says, "Oh, Bentley, oh, Bentley, oh, Bentley." And two women folks scratching each other's chins with their hands tied up. Must have been buggies. So much silly. So much good. Who remembers good old-fashioned jukeboxes? And oh, the hairdos. Look at that big old mop of hair. Yep. Scrolling. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That wasn't legal then in California. It was simulated. It was fake. Perfectly legal now in California. True bathing suit that's smaller than her undergarments. Way back in the 60s, 70s. It was so weird, so odd, so crazy. You could go to places and see a topless buffet for lunch and a female impersonator show. Dun dun dun, that wasn't invented in the new millennium. They had that in 1970? Yup. Sorry. The rest of you had your bubble. I hate that cable television burst your bubble. Oh, and that silly little, whatever that thing is that the kids use these days to share pictures and talk and chit chat. All that wokiness. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it. So many people went in and out of phone booths, telephone booths in 1970, and none of them turned into Superman. Aeroplanes. That guy. He's a famous actor. He was in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. His name is Charles Napier. He was in everything from 1970 until I don't know when. A long time. Oh no, they did smooches. How lewd. Oh, can you believe they did that to the hillside? They put letters on it. I wonder if that. I know they had a whole restoration and Greenpeace it and everything else, trying to retain and remain. Look how wore out and horrible it was in 1970. Many times over the decades, they have rebuilt the Hollywood sign. But this is one of those hills that turned to toast in the last 2 days. I really would like, half of my brain says, I really wish women were felt free to wear tops and shirts such as this. And then I realized, oh no, just my woman. Because if everybody else did, I might accidentally put an eyeball over that direction and get in trouble with my woman. I'm so conflicted. And there's the thumbnail picture. If you go to the IMDb, scroll to pictures, zoomy zoom, you can see the top of her shirt right there. Something like that. He's the bird in the cage. She has an amazing outfit on. Full coverage. Oh man, what a goofy movie. But so good. Oh no. Say it ain't so. Sacrilege. Oh, yep, it's so. I'll scroll it off the screen. Everybody, be okay. It was only there for a part of a second. Bikini, not brassiere. Much, much smaller and less coverage than her brassiere. See the thumbnail. Everything was backwards and crazy. That's okay. I was one. I didn't mind. I didn't notice. If I did, I don't remember it. Finally made it to the posters, the pictures. Oh, psychedelic and technicolor. 1970 was good stuff. Apparently they have it on DVD. This is the VHS box. Old news print advertisements for it. From 20th Century Fox, starring Dolly Reed / Cynthia Myers / Marcia M.C. Broom / John Lazar, Michael Blodgett / David Gurion, not a / co-starring Edie Williams / and so forth and so on. Screenplay by Roger Ebert. Story by Roger Ebert and Russ Meyer. Panavision. Color by Deluxe. Rated X. No one under 17 admitted. That was some serious adult stuff things they had back in the day. MPAA don't have that no more. Oh, Mel Gibson was forever young. Yeah, we already discussed it. There. We got done with that one. Checklist items should be complete. Not the one from yesterday. That one didn't get caught up. Yep. 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 All right. One more time. How you gonna tell me about it? I'm gonna put it to music. Let me tell you all about it one time. That's a Dave Roth thing. 6, man, it felt like a long time. It was only 14. But fatigue plays a role. Bill, if you're still hanging out, BUH. Fatigue plays a role. I had to do a lot of math. Things interrupted earlier in the day where I tried to pre-math and have math done. So I did math in real time on stream. And now my brain is exhausted. Done with the dogs. One more time. Check the updates on Khalifa. Fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me? Here we go. California. Fires. And then I really have got to like a bomb was dropped, or like a wildfire ragey fired. All like that. The poor lady this morning, the one I mentioned earlier, Elizabeth, was so. Her little hamster ran hither, thither, this way, that way, kept turning around in her wheel, and then he'd grab on tight, or her little hamster would flip upside down and ride the Ferris wheel of the hamster wheel inside her brain. And then her racing thoughts would cause her racing mouth. She kept saying that, like a bomb was dropped. But they don't make bombs like that. How could one bomb do all that to that's got to be 100 buildings. And so it's like a war. I don't know what to say. And she kept apologizing and the way we're programmed to in the modern America. It's so sad. And the guy, I don't remember if it was the helicopter pilot or another guy. She kept saying, I hate to keep saying apocalyptic, but it's something. And he said, apocalyptic's fine. He had a lot of real calm. Yeah, that's fine. Just say that. Just stop saying all the possible things. Look, a bomb was dropped. Says someone who's never been anywhere near where a bomb was dropped. I always get all tore up when we have a tornado or a hurricane. Got a lot of those around North Kakalaki. And they say, it's like a war zone. I said, you've never been to war. Can I take you to war and will you say, oh, this war is just like a hurricane? Probably not. Kenneth fire. There's a new fire. 26 minutes ago. Kenneth fire quickly grows to 960 acres. Oh my gosh, near Calabasas. Threatening. Are you threatening? Yes. Oh, new fire. Kenneth. Rapid. 960 acres. And the report was this morning. I don't know what's happening. I stopped looking at the weather girl because I noticed I wasn't looking at the map. I was looking at the weather girl. I mean, dude, whatever. Caricature, the avatar. Yeah, that. At early this morning in California, they said the winds had died down, but not enough, except they were fully expected to pick back up and get super dangerous again sometime California time in the afternoon of Thursday and continue until 2 p.m. Friday. The wind was going to get bad again. So here we go. Wherever Kenneth is, near Calabasas, 960 acres in a hot hurry. Pun intended. Yesterday, we already discussed that yesterday. Everybody's name calling. It's all good. Calling when compassion and decency are lost amid wildfires. Yep. 4 hours ago, here we go. We discussed it. Everybody ain't standing around holding handings and helping each other out and saying, man, Jamie Lee Curtis gave us $1 million. Let's be good. Oh, let's just copy the daggone thing. Copy the URL. That's URL spoken out. Compassion and decency are lost amid wildfires as California foes seek cheap political points. Oh, I thought they were going to talk about something for real, like people over there spazzing out, fighting over a bottle of water, hurting each other's. Fisticuffs in hotel lobbies because there's no more rooms. 180,000 of you got evacuation order, and there's, the one big Hilton that has 100 rooms. 180,000, 100, 180,000, 100. Fights will ensue. So, of course, it's Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump and his allies level unprecedented attacks on California's Democratic leaders, even as disaster spreads. Thanks, LA Times. What we need is this big drama. And this is the word. Bird is the word. Sometime around the middle of 2024, everything became unprecedented. So here we are again. Got to throw that one in there. Donald Trump. Worse than the distortion and falsehood is the lack of humanity. All right. Okay. Well, you remember that when he says stuff about you. California's burning, and its political foes are practically dancing in the flames. Gosh knows. In a G-string Speedo with his massive elephant trunk flapping in the front, making them elephant noises. Dancing in the flames. Donald Trump, are you dancing in the flames? How dare you? How dare you, Mark Z. Barabach? If you're gonna write Pulp Fiction, write Pulp Fiction. Make you a schmexy blog. From the mountains to the sea. To the sea, huh? The wreckage and ruin are biblical in size. Yeah, now you're going to go bragging on Donald Trump, aren't you? Scope and wall-to-wall destruction. At least 5 people are dead. Thousands of structures have been laid to waste. This is so crazy. This is in the LA Times, and it's not marked as opinion, it's marked as story. More than 130,000 people have had to have fled for their lives. I thought it said 180 on the other screen, the other news. For some perspective, that's as though the entire population of Billings, Mitt, Allentown, Puh, or West Palm Beach, Fly. It's not a fly, even though that's what they put on their license plate and their advertisement from the 1990s said FLA-USA. It's FL. We don't have any 3-lettered states. Had suddenly picked up and moved en masse, you know. But to anybody not from any of those places, whatever. Can you imagine 130,000 people moving? Or 180? And the menace isn't nearly ended. The winds stoking the wildfires are forecast to pick up once more and bellow for more than a day's length. Just read this whole thing with all them giggly girls and wiggly girls from the Valley of the Dolls. Imagine them saying it and then saying, did someone mention my figure? Things seem destined to grow worse across a wide swath of Los Angeles since besieged neighbors. Much worse. Dun, dun, dun. Thanks for the good times. I'm having fun with this. In my improv theater. Can't remember the author of this theater's name. And yet the response from the nation's incoming president and many of his political allies has been utterly devoid of caring or compassion. Okay. In their haste to score points and politicize one of the worst natural disasters in California history, most haven't even bothered offering the ritual hopes and prayers. They gave that up a long time ago. We talked yesterday about the Newsome thing. What did you expect from him? Something statesman-like? You and me both. Keep wishing. Lambasted President Biden and trotted out old canards. I don't know what that is. What's a canard? Don't tell me. Did you mean nuts? Back in my day, we used to call testicles nards. about wasted water supposedly flowing to the ocean. Be careful when you use your big brain words that you learned in college, journalist student. No diploma is required to read this smut. See what I did there? Ash smeared on something is called smut as well. It's dirty. The state's reservoirs are actually at or above their historic levels. What? What? He didn't say anything about wasted water flowing to the ocean, dude. If you're gonna hard quote the three pieces of it, hard quote the whole damn thing. He said they didn't fill the reservoirs at all, not that they dumped them into the ocean. Jeepers creepers, don't make me defend Donald Trump, you scumbags. The news just said 189,000 on the mandatory evacuation. I was having fun with this, but then they went full tilt. EDS. It means Trump derangement syndrome. I know. I'm supposed to be nice and remember, this is all make believe. Especially from LA. La La. La La Land. It's the home of make believe and drama. And it isn't real. This writer has to speak to his audience, and Donald J. Trump has to speak to his. There's nothing Donald J. Trump could say that you could say, wow, Donald Trump was actually statesmanlike, that wouldn't get you run out of California. LA Times author, I know, I feel for you, I guess. Richard Grenell, who was recently named Trump's envoy for special missions, claimed the far left policies of Democrats in California are, I'm not even going to say the word, somebody go smack Richard Grenell with a rubber chicken in a video game. Everybody in America, I used to have on my face space, and then my face space got erased by me. My fault. That Batman smacking Robin meme with Robin saying litter ... and Batman smacking the bejeepers out of them, smack the teeth out of their mouth in the Batman meme comic. Stop saying literally. Stop it. Quit it. I hate it. The far left policy of Democrats in California are burning us to the ground. Richard Grenell, you're fired. It's huge. The fire is huge. And you're fired. Donald Trump fired his pig. He said literally. He's going to stab you in the back, Donald Trump. Literally. I mean, figuratively. He's going to dump dirt on you and stand around looking stupid when they take you again to court. The new time zone is worse than hell. Man, yes. I agree. And in your case, man's just the same. Ma'am. Yes. Utah's Republican Senator Mike Lee blamed the devastation on an overweening environmental sensitivity that puts the survival of tiny fish ahead of the lives and livelihoods of suffering residents. Dude, bruh. Check it out, Utah. What are you, one of them Mormons? Do you have like 25 wives? Who is this guy? Listen, Mike Lee, shut up. Shut up. The residents have resided there. If they couldn't look around them and say, ask themselves, If this whole place lit on fire tomorrow, or had an earthquake tomorrow, and then lit on fire, shaked and baked, because it has happened many, many times in the past. Go listen to my yesterday streamer. Did somebody got a pot full of water we could throw on a fire? If they've been blissfully ignorant, they have no plan that includes a checklist. What if this place shakes and bakes? What if it shakes or bakes? It's Los Angeles. Both happen all the time. You know what we learn from this? Please, bad guys, don't learn from this. Mike Lee, Republican senator, supposed to be a leader. Go up there and senator some kind of water into Los Angeles and maybe a class that must be held once a year. Once every 3 years, you got to get recertified in being a suffering resident of Los Angeles, that this place shakes and this place bakes, both meanings. And figure out something to teach these people. Do you have some kind of damn plan if a bad thing happens? Let alone, yeah, there was some wind and fire. The wind happens all the time. It's called the Santa Ana winds. So what if some fool lit a fire right there on a Santa Ana Wednesday? This could have happened anyway. Suffering. Mike Lee is not aware of ecology. Without the tiny fish, the larger fish have no food. And soon the river has no fish. And then the ocean ends up with no fish. And the ocean dies. Seth NOAA, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. Some guys yesterday stopped to help someone with no water in the hoses and threw their almond milk and juice on the embers, sparking the house. Yes, give people a fire class. Something likely to learn to shut up, but not for the reason that this guy says. And don't the Democrats saying dummy stuff that fishes, tiny fish, little fishes. Go see the whole song and the other song. Where is my mind? Way out on the water. They fished you out of the Senate River of piss. Because they knew all they had to do is do a little something, and you were going to come a running with that big fish mouth wide open, saying stupid, so that all the rest of us could identify you. That's a dummin'. His elevator don't go all the way to the top, does it? Why is he talking about fish? And on. And on what? It's not and on. And on. What? I'm lost. You dangled your participle. That is not a sentence. It's a fragment. Can't believe you made me remember those silly terminologies from 50 years ago English class in the 8th grade. It's an incomplete sentence. And on. Or is it own? Is it a code? I'm really being a smartass. I'm entitled. Some guys yesterday, oh, I already read that one, offer the almond milk and OJ to keep the people hydrated. Don't throw it at fire. Giant fire trucks connected to well-watered fire hydrants can do nothing against those fires. See all the video footage. The people standing out there in the cold wind, which wicks the moisture away from your skin, And it's a dry heat, man. In California, in the heat of fire, the ambient thermal disbursement, they will become rapidly dehydrated and ill. Let the people have the little sips. You're not going to help the fire. You meant well. Next time, do better. When they told us in CA that we had to get rid of our lawns and yard plants and cut our showers to 30 seconds and then cut those showers to 15 seconds. Oh, the drought rules. That means turn it on, get wet, put on soap and shampoo. When ready, 15 seconds to go, get that and shampoo off or you get a fine. Yeah, the drought rule stuff was another reason why when I had to flip a coin and make a decision, suddenly heads North Carolina, tails North Carolina, and not California became a thing because the it's another culture shock thing that people not from there they can't believe. I can't believe it. Here we all get mad. Those of us that don't have our own well, people still have wells here. Back on the culture shock. Culture shock's better to talk about than this silliness and on. Thanks, dude. In California, you have an allotment or an allowance of water's gallons on your meter. They pay people like meter readers. And these days, they don't have to pay somebody. They're all radioactive, like even ours in these little podunks. They got rid of all the humans. It talks by Wi-Fi or radio. The water meter. That if you use over a certain XYZ number of gallons over your allotment or allowance per day, you pay a fine. Do it so many days in a row, you pay escalating or growing multiple fines. You know, the first one's 100, the second one's 250, the third one's 500, the fourth one's 5,000. They just, here we go. And then whatever you get, depending on the city, the county, any HOAs, homeowners association, everybody involved in all the rule making and bureaucracies that could possibly be between you and your sip of water. If you use too much, too many, according to their ever changing rules, they'll just turn it the hell off. Now you can have none. And people in other places that aren't Los Angeles say, no way. Yeah, way. You can look it up. We live in 2025. It's not only unseemly. I'm back to the reading the guys. And on. It's not only unseemly as the toll mounts and fresh hell rains on Southern California. Hell can't rain on. Hell is below ground. Haven't you seen the movies? It must pour up out of the earth. Oh, we said it again. Let's play the drinking game. If you're drinking clean, fresh water, that was so mean. You would have flushed all your electrolytes reading all this ridiculous, unprecedented. The unprecedented. What a show. Instead of saying no building in California, they just keep cutting the amount of water we can use in California and raising the per gallon rate. But it's not gentrification. We're not forcing the poor out. We promise. Hello? Didn't you read the document that we didn't print because printing is not green? Hello? Why do you think rent is $10 million a square foot? Like, for real? It's unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I can't think of a president, Republican or Democrat, that has tried to inject partisan politics into an ongoing disaster relief effort, said Dan Schnur, who served as a communication strategist for former California GOP Governor Pete Wilson. And now teaches at USC, UC Berkeley, and Pepperdine 3 times teacher professor. See, collecting 3 of them gum checks. One guy getting 3 checks. Imagine that. What the resume. I can't think of a president, Republican or Democrat, that has tried to inject partisan politics into an ongoing disaster relief effort. Oh no. Press hell. Mightn't you have asked the internet, Mr. Dan Schnur, if El Presidente has never willfully or on accident maybe stuck their hoof in their mouth a little bit? Such as, oh no, don't die, Fire Fawkes. Joe Biden calls I don't know how to spell his name, Netanyahu, and some Hamas guy. Assholes. Excuse my French. I'm quoting the President of the United States of America. I was all the way back in February. He did it again more recently because he threw an effing a-holes plural talking about right after the UN issued the warrants for the leader of Hamas, I believe. If I misidentified your kooky group, I apologize, I guess. But Joe Biden was having one of his ADD anger myself into action moments and got caught. He didn't at least get caught on an open mic like the 2 dudes, the famous black activists calling Barack Obama the many, many bad words. October 8th, 2024. Biden referred to Donald Trump as a sick F star star star. And not only previously, Biden called Netanyahu and the other guy, Hamas, effing a-holes in anger. Well, it's not very good. Can you ever think of a president saying something ugly during an ongoing disaster? And it's not a relief effort, dude. Dan Schnur. I don't know that you should be trying to teach us anything because this is not a relief effort. This is a stop the disaster emergency response. Teacher. Presidents of both parties have always said very harsh and very nasty things about the other party, Schnur noted. Schnur? I don't know. But we've never had a president, or a president-elect for that matter, start taking shots while people are still in danger. Okay, well, you got your words back around. I beg to differ, sir. Let me think back. In my now home state of North Kakalaki, about October, Trump and Biden both said some very, very, very stupid and hateful and ignorant, goofy little 8-year-old boy things. Ask. I don't care. I'm not worried about it. But there is a huge amount of people in North Carolina that don't appreciate even the lightest appearance of impropriety from Mr. Joseph R. Biden. Somebody said in quotes, I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California caps lock, exclamation point, shouted. Internet shouted in all caps. Trump wrote on social media, he is blame. I don't believe for a second that Donald Trump hard bracketed the word to. That means instead of writing it how Donald Trump said it and putting sick at the end, they fixed what he wrote. If Donald Trump wrote he is blame, then he is blame. The Trump man has spoken. You can't comprehend Donald Trump. Parenthetical. Now gotta twist the knife a little bit. Twist it, twist it, twist it. Parenthetically, this after threatening to withhold federal disaster aid should California leaders refuse to give more water to farmers and cities at the expense of the environment and others denied their share. End bracket. Yeah, we all remember. We looked it up a while ago. And we looked it up yesterday. Back in, no, I don't remember, 2020. They forget. They forgot in their parenthetical to mention that was a long time ago. In fact, comma, we're outside of the parentheticals and the quotes. Mother Nature bears much of the responsibility for the fiery apocalypse. Oh my God, blame the woman. Hello, misogyny. You could kill every delta smelt that ever passed water through its gills, to name a threatened species that conservatives love to flog. Oh, they beat the little fishes? Oh, no. For a lack of damn building. See how I did that? Listeners only, not looking at the screen. It's DAM, not the other one. For a lack of damn building. And it wouldn't have made the slightest difference to these last few horrifying days. Hang on. I have to redo that. You could kill every delta smelt that ever passed water through its gills, hyphen, skip the rest, hyphen, and it wouldn't have made the slightest difference to these last few horrifying days. Say what? So now you, sir, are saying that the fish don't matter? I don't get it. Somebody out there in the world read this screen and tell me why my low IQ brain is trying to figure out, is this sarcasm? Couldn't you put a little parenthetical and say snark? Because it sounds to me like you're saying the fish don't matter. So if Mother Nature, hello, don't blame the women's again. Hello? Sir, did you ascertain her pronouns? I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The mayor of Los Angeles blamed the fire victims. Yep. We got to do some victim blaming and shaming. That's important. It's all your own fault. They just played what she said. She said they should have been prepared with some water and a pack of emergency items. Oh, does anybody besides me and my missus remember when Dan Quayle stood out there and said a mind is a terrible thing to lose? Something like that, along those lines. Let's quote the Dan Quayle. No, he wasn't the president. In a national disaster. Or not, just in a war that we didn't call a war. We called it, again, a police action. An assistance. A law enforcement action. Does anybody besides me remember that during the whole Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, genocidal warfares, well, Bill Clinton was soiling up our White House with his juice. Speaking of almond milk, that he said to deposition that was then relayed to all of us? Well, that depends what his is, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. Dan Quayle. Dan Quayle potato. No, not the potato. Not the potato either. Dan Quayle. Mind quote. Imagine. I'm not the first one to have ever typed that. What a waste it is to lose one's mind. And then, or not to have a mind is being very wasteful. How true that is. Dan Quayle, you go get 'em. What a waste it is to lose one's mind. The way this reads to me, you could kill every delta smelt that ever passed water through its gills, and it wouldn't have made the slightest difference these last few horrific days. Right. Okay, LA Times author. What you are saying is, the fish don't matter. Shut up. Got it. I understand. Dan Quayle might have worn a white shirt and shorts to a formal conference, but that is funny even if he wondered about Brave. Whether he meant it or not, he didn't mean it. He tried to apologize, but by then it was out his mouth and on the TV, and everybody says, no, don't take it back. It's good. It's like it's good like it is. Don't worry, sir. You ain't never gonna be president. Don't worry. You got to get in the history book somehow. A parching lack of rainfall extended. I think what kind of snarky, overly sophisticated author is saying is he saying to the likes of goofy guys, whoever he's talking about, Donald Trump and company, that they need to stop squawking about the fish. If they'd have drained all those rivers and streams and tributaries and killed all the fish, it wouldn't have made the slightest difference. But the way he wrote it, he should have said, listen, jerks, it ain't about the fish. This was a big damn once in 1,000 years fire. All right. A parching lack of rainfall extended the fire season into the normally wet month. In the wet month, you know. I got into mind mode of that amazing 1970s and Beyond the Valleys of the Doll. Did someone mention my figure? Fierce winds grounded helicopters and other aircraft during the crucial early hours after several blazes started exploding their size and spreading embers like flaming confetti for miles around. This is a very good metaphorical, allegorical, super duper writer. The steep topography stymied firefighters who were overmatched, along with the region's safety infrastructure. Parenthetical again. Now, you have everybody that, including myself, that picks on me about unnecessary overuse of punctuations. Check this guy out. He's my hero. I learned it from him. You can blame the latter on the lack of investment and a persistent mentality that scrimps on prevention until it's proven too late. End parenthetical. You can blame the latter. What's the latter? Along with the region's safety infrastructure. Okay, that's the latter of the previous comma separated with Oxford commas sentence. The region's safety infrastructure. You can blame the latter, the infrastructure, on the lack of investment and a persistent mentality that scrimps on prevention until it's proven too late. Well, that's what Donald Trump did. He blamed all of you for no mindset or mentality of or on prevention. Oh, so yay, Donald Trump. Thanks, author. Why didn't you just say that at the beginning? You know, Donald Trump said some stuff and he's right. I didn't twist this. You stated it right here, dude. LA Times. What's up with that? Do you guys need a proofreader and an editor? Because I'm here doing it for free and I'm having a good time. I'm sorry, Bill, and if you're still here, and Elizabeth, if me mocking this and having fun. I'm that low IQ. I can't help myself. However, but that means never mind all that other garbage I just said. Oh, I so fell in love with that lady. Plus, if you're in Northern California, nowhere near the fires, that would figure. Some damn orcas up out there off the Washington coast. Oh, Canada. Oh, man. Yep. This is getting too silly even for me. I'm having so much fun. I can't remember what I just remembered to say. Good. Moving on. Roll with the punches and get to what's real. Dave Roth, Van Halen. Said incorrectly. You're supposed to roll with the punches and get to what's real. Mm. I speak it. I don't try to sing it. Not even as not so 4 out of 10 singing as David Lee Roth. It was the show, not the singing, that everybody went to see him for. And besides, you gotta, it had instructions. Instant better singer. You drink alcohol, he sounds better. Okay. So, however, we all know about butts. Oh yeah, the girl, the woman. I'm sorry, ma'am, sir, it, they, whatever you are. Avatar. With the voice fry and the lilt at the end of everything she said. The one that had the racing thoughts and the confusions and all that. She did the thing. She said, well, her mind and her hamster was like, I'm the cool hamster. Check this out. I'm gonna go forward on my left side and backwards on my right and see what happens. And I think it's in the, if it's not in the description down below, and I'm again pointing at the down below with the little 2 finger points below in the description, like people who show their face and their hands on their videos. I was just doing that. Silly me. I'm so much into character. Holy cow, she got in one of those spots. And hamster went this way, or ham went this way, and stir went that way. And she said, but that just said, pause. However, she did all three deflection techniques, which means ignore what I just said. And I giggled and giggled and giggled and thought, you go, girl. I'm glad you're on TV in a studio, safe and sound, because if you were out on the street and that was your house on fire, you'd run in there and cook. And it was very cute because she was on TV, and it's on your TV, having a panic attack and little mind scrambles. It's okay. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody do all three. I made a note. I took a screenshot with the subtitles up there. I'm not going to show it on my live stream. I'm not going to embarrass her. I don't know what channel it was. It might not even have been a channel. It was a spoof thing, a comedy somebody did that I saw this morning. Oh, so here we go. However, California's critics won't let those facts stop them from grinding their axes or promoting their agendas. Okay. However, but, comma, worse, comma, though, comma, is the utter lack of humanity. Go see that Rags video I put in the description and listen to this other guy cry about how somebody stopped subscribing to his Patreon and he takes that as an attack and it caused him PTSD. Listen, weak, mentally incompetent. You're not competent to stand trial or write for the LA Times. If you are so broken, is that you take it that serious that Donald Trump, who can't say anybody's name worse than me and worse than my sainted Aunt Eagla, he just can't do it. It's in his DNAs. Maybe he's related to my Aunt Eagla. Hey, somebody sue Donald Trump and tell him he's my long lost uncle and I need all that money. Great uncle. Great uncle. That dude is old. Anyway, if how you what he said, calling Newsom, I don't even want to say it out loud. That other thing with an extra C inserted in there. That shows an utter lack of humanity. But they didn't say, man, I hope everybody's okay there and anything we can do, let us know. Well, I've discussed several times. I do wish I could say, hip hip hooray, he did something stately. Even if stately was, just don't say the mean thing. Don't do the mean tweets, Donald. But he didn't. It's status quo. You're not used to this by now. You've had 9 years of it. We as a country have a roadmap for this, said Kristen Taylor, a professor at Wayne State University. See, Kristen Taylor knows. Go back and see that whole 2 hours in the middle about there is something in the works. Deluxe apartments in the sky. There are people that are aware that occasionally and from time to time and perhaps now and again the urban is going to get renewed or rebuilt or rejuvenated or beautified or they have so many names for all their stuff or get rid of the riffraff and let's have whatever and people are going to line up around the block to buy our whatever we sell there and live in our apartments. They have a roadmap. We as a country have a roadmap for this, said Kristen Taylor, a professor at Wayne State University who has written extensively about the politics of natural disaster. Well, ma'am, would you come and peer review my whole live stream today and see what you think about that? It involves empathy and a lot of federal support, she said, which sends a big signal that the government's here and we've got your back. Okay, that's on Joe. He went out there leaving yesterday. I ragged about it, and today my good, the better half of this equation, more than half, the better 80% of this, two of us are one e pluribus unum. She was like, do you know that Joe Biden went all the way out there to make sure that Hunter's house was okay? Yeah, I heard that yesterday. And we kind of giggled. No, he didn't go out there. Yes, he kind of did. To make sure Hunter's house and the grandchild that scumbag will claim and acknowledge. Not the bastard. The bastard girl that Joe won't acknowledge. Scumbucket. Filth. It involves empathy. Empathy. And a lot of federal support, she said. Well, remember all you lefty libbies. You point out more than I do. He ain't nothing yet. All this that you're talking about is Joe's responsibility. Why don't you ask your guy, your superhero, super zombie? No, I'm just kidding. Yup, yup, yup. For him to say, hey guys, hey, calm down. Don't write. Look at what you've done. Somebody could be out there talking about, is Julie okay? Somebody? Anybody? But no, they're reading all this political drama bicker backer. Hey, Joe Biden, get out there and tell these LA Times to shut the F up. What are you doing? Take that down. Don't worry about what Donald Trump said. He's just some guy. He's Citizen Trump. We've got, today's 9. Count my fingers, 11. For 11 more days. Ignore him. Do you see why he does this? What have you said about the people of LA? Scumbag LA Times. Oh, wait. Jill, please? The real brains of that operation? Hunter? Somebody with the ear of the zombie. Tell them to shut up. Do you see when you said that they need federal support? You're saying that I'm not supporting them. Okay. It's done. It's done now. I've read it into the internet webs. I don't care if you take it down. I should save it as a PDF. Put it back up for you. What this guy say may not have meant to is Trump, who won, said, it's your fault to the governor and mayor because the people cannot say the same to them. It is their fault. Yeah, I'm all good with it. You know what all of them need to answer? Who said what? We got stuff to do. Shut up. Until a certain o'clock on the 20th or the 21st, it doesn't matter what some rich guy said. Who cares? There's lots of rich guys in this country. What'd some other rich guy say? What'd some poor guy say? But you got your panties all in a twist. Now you got to write out all these millions of words. How about get your ass out there on the street and hand out some bottled water? Maybe somebody needs a blanket. It's getting cold at night. It's nice in the day, 77 in the day, 72. It ain't so nice at night for 189,000 displaced, unhoused people. Trump, by contrast, regards the firestorm as a political opportunity to stick it to Gavin Newsom and to stick it to a state that didn't vote for him, Taylor said. Oh, yes, they did. Even the craziest Dem strategists and everything are scared of how big the red or -R shift in California was. They did not win anything much in California, but it's a huge win that they close what is usually a 30 or more percent or 40% or more. I don't remember all the numbers. I don't care. I got out of California because I don't care. Because I didn't want to be standing around shaked and baked anymore. No offense. Wonderful flavoring stuff, mainly for chicken when I was a kid. I think they had turkey stuff too. That's just what we called ourselves, native Californians, especially in southern. Baked by the sun or baked by fire. Fires were just a constant. Your dang neighbors would go to sleep with their cigarettes in their mouths and the whole neighborhood burnt down because everybody shares walls. Or you live in an apartment building and the whole building burns down. It shakes because of earthquakes. Stick it to a state that didn't vote for him. Well, if you didn't listen, he wouldn't say. And using disasters and disaster response as leverage for punishing political foes is brand spanking new for us. What? Whoa, whoa, stop, back up. Do not speak lies. from 2015 when he rode down his escalator, you've been hating on Orange Man bad. And he's been saying stupid things with stupid nicknames and stupid, whatever it takes to upset you is the only thing he'll do. He is in his own saggy old fat 80-year-old skin at most 9 years old. And he's a spoiled, rotten, super rich kid brat 9. Still makes him the incoming president. And for now, he's nobody, so ignore him. Now you lost all your credibility. Because you're going to say, this is unprecedented. This is brand new. Brand spanking new. No, it's not. Go look at some of the vitriol and rhetoric and words from back in the old days. I can't find the ad, but I saw it on one of those Ken Burns American Experience, or Ken Burns makes really good historical docudramas, movies for PBS and elsewhere, and paid movies. I don't remember all the good Ken Burns stuff. I just remember everything Ken Burns does is really good. And it was in a Ken Burns story of a politician I absolutely hate, just because of the manifest destiny improvements and assimilation policies. And also his name was on the school where I suffered the most violence done to me ever. Woodrow Wilson ran a whole campaign on how effing, that they wouldn't write that on the signs in the 1800s, stupid everybody on the other side was. They would always say the effing part, but they only wrote the stupid part. And then go back and see my previous streams and read the Federalist Papers, particularly number 15, because it's the first one, where Thomas Hamilton called all of you of both sides, because they didn't have really two parties then. Imbecilic. What do you mean, never before? Our prayers are with everyone affected by the horrific fire in Southern California, said DeSantis. Who are they talking about now? Oh, leave it, improbably to Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida and Gavin Newsom's arch nemesis. From hubris comes nemesis. They are 2 in 1. They are a true union. To remind us how politicians used to respond to calamity. Yeah, whatever. Our prayers are with everyone affected by the horrific fires in Southern California, said DeSantis, who has overseen the state's response to numerous deadly hurricanes. When disaster strikes, we must come together to help our fellow Americans in any way we can. The state of Florida has offered help to assist the people of California in responding to these fires and rebuilding communities that have been devastated. Fantastic. Good job. Oh, I don't know. I guess maybe Elon Musk should have tossed a couple hundred satellite phones with, you can have the first month free at California. Would that make you guys all feel better? Compared DeSantis to Rep. Andy Biggs, an Arizona Republican. God, I don't want to read any more of this. Look how far they went. You could have gone around neighborhoods, LA Times, and said we found this person and that person and got them hooked up with Jamie Lee Curtis to get their little bit of that $1 million. We're helping Jamie Lee coordinate her effort to get hair out, but no, we're gonna use the whole power of the Los Angeles Times to do this train wreck of a wah. Orange Man bad. Dash R Orange Men minions bad. I don't care. He went to Newsmax and said some damn thing to parrot the wasted water fallacy and attack the Federal Emergency Management Agency with a false claim it diverted nearly $2 billion in relief money for illegal alien care. Yeah. Just next time say LA Times. We're all grown ups. We can take it. Just say, never mind compare. DeSantis. Just say, know what Andy Biggs-R said? Same old shite, and move on. What comes to mind are the famous words. Famous words. Here we go. Attorney Jeff Welch, who verbally decapitated Joseph Oh, gosh. The drama words. Go back earlier. See my whole thing about I had to change my training hypothetical when it came true. I spoke it into being. Dude, wandering down the road with the knife and mama's head. But there's no such thing as verbal decapitation. Damn, this dude's a good writer. Or chick, or whatever it is. You're gonna help me drama words with my fiction space opera? What comes to mind are famous words. Attorney decapitated McCarthy in nationally televised congressional hearing that brought the Wisconsin senator's reckless and cruel red-baiting crusade to an abrupt and deserved end. Have you no sense of decency, sir, at long last? Welch said. With a flourish, I'm adding this. This is me trying to help this out. And I know I'm not a writer. I'm just improv theatery. What this should have said is not ask. Don't make statements in the form of a question. Welch. Welcher. We figured out earlier that means the guy that don't pay on his debts and bets. Don't ask a question that is caging a statement. And I've read that in whatever old book of old that is. Have you left no sense of decency? Well, you're just redundant. You're repeating yourself. Then you're supposed to say after that, more flourishes and adjusting your wig. Say, have you no upbringing? Where are your manners? I don't know what else. Don't ask it in question form. It's not a game of Jeopardy. Say, you have no class, period. My mother and my Aunt Evala, Rip Sainted, would say, you have no class. You ain't got no class. Oh my gosh. I can imagine Joseph McCarthy having just the vapors and finding, well, now it's good that pederast of young underage girls by getting them plied with alcohol voted me off the island. Is it McCarthy? I don't even know. Elizabeth, if I'm wrong, whatever, I'm wrong. Oh, that's the end? Mark Z. Mark Z. Does Z stand for zombie? I love your word skills, Mark, but this is silliness. Help me out with my space opera. But I can't call it a space opera. Everybody knows that's what George Lucas lovingly called Star Wars. Have you no sense of decency, sir, at long lost? Welch said breathlessly, with a flourish, his chest so muscular and strong that it ruptured a button from his shirt, exposing a few curly hairs and his cleavage between his pectoral muscles. Oh well. So let me see. Let me see if I got this straight. Orange Man bad. Yeah, I think I got it. Thank you, Los Angeles Time. Let me put this in summary. In summary, practically faint from the vapors. and breathless anticipation. I find to be. Oh, what did that say? At long last, quote, orange man bad. Oh, I wish I had a word count other than suffering. What did any of that benefit anybody in the area, especially the suffering residentials? This is what we have become. It's a matter of fact. I did have fun, but I do worry. Oh, Julianne, if I may, Antissa, I wonder wherefore art thou, Julianne? I'm doing my best smarmy Shakespearean nonsense. Because it's true, true, true. And children and grandchildren, maybe even great grandchildren by now. I don't know. Just people I know of. And everybody else that I may or may not have known of. And you certain Fitzgeralds related to the Fitzgeralds and the Kennedys and Lock and Yada Flintridge. Be well, be well, be well. Be safe. Orange Man Bad. In 1,000 words, how many words can you use to say Orange Man Bad? Yup. We done did it. We did the biz school. We did drama. We did improv theater reading. We did a good and proper Jamie Lee Curtis retrospective. I'm sorry, ma'am. I wish I could love you, love you, love you, but I can't. I just love you, love you. Two love yous. And we did it all. We did math. We did big math for one block. 30-year ago money. $800,000 a month. Get rich or die trying. You know how it is in the city. Make Melania an offer. Get paid. That's a that's a hard working person. There's no reason for them to give up their monies, their careers, their everythings, their dignity, by golly, for your 500-year-old ritualistic misogyny and systemic sexism. Count it down. Count it out. Give it a second for a lag to go through so Elizabeth can respond to. Time to say goodbye. Man, I wish I could sing. Andre something. It's a very famous song. They usually do it in duet. A man and a woman. Oh 07. I'm writing the wrong thing in there. Good night, viewers of chat and listeners. Coming up. One break. Coming up. Thank you, everybody. All that, many thank yous. I have to write it in later. Dude, I have to pee. I gotta get this done and go. I mean, go relieve myself. Too long with the vapors. Said good night, my ladies and messieurs, messieurs in chat. And with with my voice. Thank yous. Thanks. Thank yous. So many's. Thanks yous guys. Look, spell check doesn't like Joyzy made. Will all us cows do our best for Jersey made. See the ancient old commercials. And I guess with that, we did great. We have worried about the home state of California. I will continue to worry and keep checking updates. Text me if you find out anything vital, Elizabeth, and anybody else out that way that has my text to magic numbers. And good night and good night. Now I must go. First relieve myself and then feed myself. We did 7 hours and 30 minutes. We did good. Well, 7:27:53 coming up. So we'll do it like television production that has been burnt to toast in Hollyweird where it was born. Instead of coming on screen, I use it for going off screen. The 2 and the 1 are silent. I waggle my fingers at a screen that you can't see. Going good night and bye bye and thank you in 5, 4, 3, 2,